is they do this with the budget and implementer bill. Hundreds and hundreds of pages. They plop it on your desk 2 hours before they vote on it. And it's like, oh, we'll find out what's in it before after we vote on it. And it's going to be the same with this housing bill. I mean, it's a pattern with these people in Hartford.
See, I don't think Megan. I just think the more this goes on, now they're talking about later on next month. Look, do you really think that Lamont wants to do this heading into an election year? In light of those, thankfully, the Connecticut Mirror dove into some of those text messages.
Oh, that was a great article by Ginny Monk. Oh, my goodness.
Yes, and you have legislators down here saying, well, listen, I'm voting no, Governor, but you should really sign it. I mean, come on. This is legislative slop, and it drives me nuts.
I mean, we literally are seeing in real time how the sausage is made. This is what passes as lawmaking in this state.
Oh,
backdoor shady deals. And we're electing you to go to Hartford to represent us. I mean, and they treat us as if it's like a need to know basis. And no, it is a no basis. Like I get all the lawmakers' emails with their, weekly recaps. I don't see anything about the housing bill in here that's so important that we can't wait till February. Instead, that's like they want to talk about, the little fair that's going on and this little event. No, when you send out these updates, why don't you let us know what's going on? What are you guys thinking?
Yeah.
Let us know. But no, we're a need to know basis in this state apparently.
And again, and we came off the long session this year where they had like 6 months to get this stuff done. And again, I mean, I don't know, they just the waste of time here, the waste of resources, debating bills if they know they're never going to get out of committee. I mean, what a cluster. It's just.
I wrote about this a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many, but there was like thousands of bills, and our hit rate of passage is one of the worst in the entire country.
Now, do we know, Megan, with this housing bill, because you're a little more connected to this than I am, do we know whether or not there's going to be any sort of public hearings on this or public inputs? Because I know the Republicans have told me they've been already shut out of this process. There's no input on this special session process for housing. So is the public going to get any say on this, quote unquote, I'm doing my air quotes now, revamped bill or not?
I have friends in low places, but none of them. No one knows anything. It's the best kept secret in the state right now. But I would imagine they're going to do what they always do. It'll be an emergency certification, which bypasses all the public hearing, bypasses the committee process. And it'll be this ridiculous omnibus bill with pick whatever progressive menu item of the day is, will be included in it. And I'm going to be like, what the heck is this?
Hey, it's just mind-numbing. It is mind-numbing. All right, folks, once again, it's the Hartford Portfolio, Megan Portfolio, the author, and this week she looks back at all the special session stuff, or as I like to put it, the legislative slop that happens because our lawmakers don't know what to do with the time they have.
Oh, right. I might try to use that sometime, legislative slop, but I think my editor might pull that out.
Here you go. Come on. Those, I used to write a couple of newspaper columns, and I was like, what did you pull that out for? And he goes, please, you're asking me why I edit you? So
you feel my pain.
So I went to talk radio. Now you know why. All right, Megan, be good.
Bye.
Bye. There you go.
This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 90 WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. 3 detainees were shot today at an ICE facility in Dallas. FBI Special Agent in Charge Joe Rothrock.
The FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. It is unfortunately just the most recent example we've seen of targeted violence.
FBI Director Kash Patel posted a photo of bullets. One had anti-ICE written on it. The gunman died of what authorities say was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. CBS's Scott McFarland has more on the security concerns for these types of buildings with threats rising.
That's one. one of 9,000 or so federal offices and federal complexes in America. 9,000. There are thousands of Federal Protective Service officers. That there's only so much manpower to protect all of these places. The vulnerability of federal complexes, federal employees, including those involving immigration and customs enforcement, have been a profound and growing concern here in Washington that have today broken through.
Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke to the UN General Assembly today, warning that Russia has kicked off a deadly arms race along with its war on his country, and it won't stop with Ukraine, he says.
Ukraine is only the first, and now Russian drones are already flying across Europe, and Russian operations are already spreading across countries. And Putin wants to continue this war by expanding it.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio met in New York with Russia's foreign minister today after President Trump shifted his tone yesterday. CBS's Olivia Gassis.
The Kremlin, we know, has brushed off most of what President Trump said yesterday, in particular the paper tiger accusation. Today, the Kremlin spokesperson said Russia is not a paper tiger. We are a real bear.
Trump said Russia has been fighting aimlessly for 3.5 years. The New York Times is reporting that top House and Senate Democrats are investigating whether law firms that cut deals with President Trump earlier this year are breaking the law by doing free legal work for his administration. As he awaits sentencing, Sean Diddy Combs is facing new allegations, as Michael Wallace reports.
Combs' former stylist Deontay Nash filed a lawsuit this morning accusing the music mogul of sexual abuse and false imprisonment. Nash claims Combs abused him on multiple occasions and threatened Nash after he resigned. Nash testified against Combs during his trial this year, in which Combs was found not guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, but was convicted on 2 prostitution-related charges. Combs will be sentenced October 3rd.
On Wall Street today, stocks are lower for the second straight day. The Nasdaq is off by 105, the S&P down, and the Dow is off 160. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Jimmy Kimmel Live will continue to not air on the ABC affiliate WTNH 8. The channel, owned by Nexstar Media Group, announced its ABC affiliates would drop Kimmel's show just hours before he was suspended last Tuesday.
In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the 4th stage of grief, construction.
The late night show aired last night after a 1-week suspension from the joke Kimmel made regarding the assassination of the late political activist Charlie Kirk and President Donald Trump.
But one thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce and George Carlin and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's anti-American.
No update on when the talk show will return to Channel 8. Accused Gilgo Beach serial killer is to face only one trial for 7 murder charges, including a Connecticut woman's death. 62-year-old Rex Heuermans Defense team had petitioned for 5 separate trials, but a judge ruled in favor of the prosecutors, determining a second time that nuclear DNA evidence will be assembled. Huerman will be charged with the Connecticut woman, Sandra Castilla's death 31 years after her disappearance. Body hair matched DNA evidence tied to Huerman. His next court date is in January. Bridgeport police say a stabbing happened last night. It happened around 6 p.m. on the 700th block of Cassuth Street. No arrests have been made as the Detective Bureau is investigating the incident. I'm Isabella Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound has an off-ramp closed to exit 24 for the Black Rock Turnpike due to debris. Seek alternate exits for Fairfield. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. And also volume delays in Fairfield from exit 15 down through exit 10 in Darien. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, look, on some level, I feel bad for Jimmy Kimmel. I do. I honestly do on some level, because you could tell in some of the stuff that he was saying last night, you can tell he was getting a little choked up. I'll have some of that for you. But here's the bottom line. Jimmy Kimmel, like a lot of people, and again, I'm not for firing the guy. I do not want the guy fired. I don't want the guy silenced. But God, can you be any more tone deaf? You know, I often say one of the worst things in life you can be, there are a lot of people that are really smart, but, you know, aren't that worldly. A lot of people that are really worldly, but aren't that smart. All that can be superseded is if you're tone deaf. In other words, you're locked into what you think because of your attitude and your artist complex. And you don't stop and, what's the old phrase, read the room, right? I was taught that a long time ago by people into and out of radio. So they told me, hey, this is the big ego business, Paul. Take a breath, bite your lips. Sometimes the best stuff you say is the stuff you don't say. And read the room. Now, here's what I mean. Now, I'm going to play. Now, again, as Isabella just mentioned in the news, Jimmy Kimmel Live was not on WTNH, Channel 8 in New Haven. That's a Nexstar station. And Nexstar and some other companies aren't really keen in bringing back Jimmy Kimmel. Maybe it's a business decision. Maybe they can't wait till he goes away. I don't know. Frankly, I don't care. I haven't watched a late night show in, 15, 20 years. I'm just, by that point in the day, after doing this for 3 or 4 hours and talking with you wonderful folks, it's like, you know, well, what are we doing here? All right, so fine, I get it. I don't watch the late night show. I don't watch any of them. I don't watch Kimmel. I don't watch Fallon. I don't watch Seth Meyers. I don't watch Jon Stewart. The only actual host I do dip into from time to time is Bill Maher on HBO, because he's the last clear-thinking liberal in Hollywood. But I've talked about that. Anyway, 3 cuts. And now, if you're that desperate to hear what Jimmy Kimmel said last night, go on YouTube, go on Hulu. It's real easy to find. You can stream it. You and the whole family can get together and have a Jimmy Kimmel watch party. Go ahead and do that. God bless you. Adult beverages and snacks and everything. All right? But let me give you 2 cuts here where you can tell the weight of everything is kind of coming down on him. And I want to be fair here. And by the way, whatever you think, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. All right, we start with this. And I'm just going to air segments of this because the first 2 segments, you can understand he knows he effed up big time. But then comes cut number 3 where he doesn't read the room. Cut number one.
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
All right, so he sounds like
I don't think the murderer who...
I just want to say he sounds like he is genuinely upset there. I'll give him that. It sounds like he's genuinely upset. All right, and we'll play it again so you can hear it.
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
All right, sounds like he's taking it hard there. He's on national television. He kind of knows he screwed up here. And he goes a little further. And again, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt here. You know, I've screwed up in this business to where you say, oh, my God, why in the hell did I do what I did? Or did I say what I said? And he continued right here.
I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. Ever.
All right, fine. Now, we're going to take a little break here, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to show you how, despite what he said there, you get this arrogance, this digging in, but hey, don't look at me. And this is where he lost me. All right, now you let me know what you think. You heard the first two bites there. Sounded genuinely like he... You know, his voice cracked a little bit at the end. You can imagine what it's like being on national and worldwide streaming and national television in the middle of this whole thing. But again, like I say, this whole thing is somewhat easy to avoid if you're not tone deaf. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And by the way, we start with our question of the day at facebook.com/voice of CT. Do you watch any of the late night TV talk shows? Do you get mad at the political digs, or are you generally okay with opinionated hosts? We'll do more coming back, and I'll have a chunk of where he's digging in his heels. And no, Jimmy, I'm sorry, you're wrong here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire. Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
This is your Optimum Beach Report.
Clouds will contribute to a low UV index of 2, and the air quality index sits at a fair 42, and a high chance of rain leaves us with a good rating when it comes to being outside.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high in the low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
VoiceOfCT.com. Add us to your bookmarks and listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So Jimmy Kimmel came out. Now, a lot of you folks in Connecticut couldn't see it last night because the local ABC affiliate in Connecticut is WTNH TV, Channel 8, News 8, which is a Next Star station. They say they're not bringing Kimmel back. Another big company say they're not bringing Kimmel back, and there may be some backdoor stuff, backroom stuff with the FCC and the Trump White House and Brendan Carr and all that. Okay, I'm not saying that doesn't exist, and I'm not saying that Jimmy Kimmel didn't understand that he effed up, which he did. Now he's trying to probably tell himself that he didn't, but he did. Now I'm not for silencing the guy. I'm not. But what I am for is some of these people to read the room and realize you can take a step back. You don't have to swing at every pitch. Look at Major League Baseball. Juan Soto walks 130 times a year. He doesn't swing at every pitch. He's selective about what he does. But they figure it's Trump. They can get away with it. So, again, let me set up here before I go to the one bite here that just shows Jimmy Kimmel doesn't get it. And he deflects here in saying, well, I didn't mean to do that. No, Jimmy, nobody's saying you meant to chide Charlie Kirk and make fun of a guy whose neck got blown off by an assassin. Nobody's saying you did that. So he says part of this first.
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
All right. I believe him there. Most people, if they want to protect their job and whatever credibility they have, they wouldn't do that. So he went on.
I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. Ever.
All right, so he's all right there, but then here's where he loses his grip on reality. Here's where he doesn't get it. And I'm sorry, I feel bad for the guy. I think he's very sincere in not wanting to hurt Charlie Kirk's family and hurt his widow and his kids now who don't have a father on earth anymore. But then he goes here because he probably just couldn't help himself. Jeez.
President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
All right, so let me ask you a couple of things here. Now, stay with me here before you call up and scream at me. Stay with me here. There are two things at play here. And again, two things can be viable at the same time. He can be very sorry for doing this, but then again, he's digging his heels in, saying, well, in fact, I'll wait. Let's play this again so you hear it. I don't want to, assume and put words in his mouth here.
President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
Now, part of what got Jimmy Kimmel suspended here and raised, yes, the ire of the White House and the ire of the FCC is this sentence. Here's the sentence, apparently, that started the dominoes tumbling. Quote, he said on Monday the 15th, quote, the MAGA gang is desperately trying to categorize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it, yada, yada. Okay, this is a comedic show, all right? What are you making that statement for? Now, you can make that statement. I'm not saying you can't. But you can't be so tone deaf as to make that statement, and then he played video of President Trump afterwards being asked by reporters, sir, how are you doing in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination? And Trump said, well, I'm doing very well. In fact, we're working on the ballroom. Okay. So why do you feel, I'm not saying you can't do it, Jimmy Kimmel, but why did you feel, or why did your writers feel that that was okay? Again, I go by the imprimatur in my business and doing this. Just because you can say something, it doesn't mean you should. And if you do and people blow back you on it, well, that's it. You're SOL, pal. You made a decision to go political. Oh, I don't want, and he's up there saying, I don't wish any ill will on Charlie Kirk's family. It's horrible. Okay, that's good. But then you take the material of a person being assassinated and you use it in a late night show monologue. You can't have it both ways. If you try, you see what happens. Now, again, you know what I've been saying, folks. In this occurrence and others, if somebody makes a fool of themselves, a jackass of themselves, let them go ahead and do it. This is why the White House should have kept its mouth shut, the Oval Office, the FCC, because then you're clouding what you're trying to show people. It is mind-numbing. So, yeah, I think he's very sincere in when his voice cracked there, saying he wasn't making fun of it. But yet you weren't making fun of that, but you chose to make fun of the president after a friend of yours. You got to remember, Charlie Kirk helped, no matter what you think of Donald Trump, Charlie Kirk worked side by side with the guy to get him elected. And maybe Trump is not that articulate at showing his feelings, so he said, I'm doing great. Look at the ballroom we're doing. But again, he chose to put that in there because he didn't read the room. He was tone deaf. And previous to that, he said the MAGA gang is desperately trying to categorize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. What in the hell is that line doing in a late-night monologue? I'm not saying it can't be there. I'm not saying there's any law that should remove that speech, but come on. Who thought that was a good idea? A few days after tens of millions and hundreds of millions of people saw this guy get killed simply in the middle of a debate. It is mind-numbing. Now, the other part of me says they're not that tone deaf. They said exactly what they were feeling. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, I will say again and again and again, I don't want Jimmy Kimmel silenced. I don't want him fired. But come on. This is not Gandhi here. This is not Jesus H. Christ. This is not Mother Teresa. This is not Joan of Arc here. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. He said something he shouldn't have said and made a comedic bit out of something that shouldn't have been the subject of a comedic bit. I think we can say that. And also, like I'm saying to you right now at 25 past 2 on a Wednesday, don't silence the guy, because we need examples of this tone deafness. We do. They couldn't put a sock in it for a week or two because they hate Trump so much. God, read the room. Jose and Shelton's here before news. Jose, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Paul Pacelli?
Yeah.
We do agree on some stuff. You agree with freedom of speech?
Yeah, Jose, but freedom of speech does not extend to the workplace.
No. I'm going to ask the question again, but slowly this time.
Okay.
Do you agree with freedom of speech?
Yes, of course I do. Where are we going here?
I agree with freedom of speech.
Okay, that's good.
Kimball agrees.
You mean Kimmel? You mean Jimmy Kimmel? Yeah, go ahead.
Kimball.
Yeah.
So that means the Constitution and freedom of speech win. All the other nonsense you're talking about, it's not the right tone.
It's not the right tone.
It's not the right form.
It's not the right form.
It's not the right time. That's all nonsense.
No, it's not.
Do you agree with the First Amendment?
Of course I do.
Don't try to shortchange the First Amendment.
No, Jose, you don't understand. Jose, listen to me. That's enough for you today. Listen to me. The First Amendment prevents the federal government, all you stew-nods who don't understand the First Amendment. The First Amendment says that the federal government cannot silence you, all right? The First Amendment does not extend to the workplace. It gave Jimmy Kimmel the right to talk. Jimmy Kimmel was back. Put that. Jimmy Kimmel was back. Okay? The First Amendment does not extend to the workplace. How? 2 words. Colin Kaepernick. All right? Now, I'm doing a televised hockey game coming up this Friday. I won't be here. All right? If I chose to wear an Al-Qaeda T-shirt during my opening stand-up, do you think I would have a job? No. It's because freedom of speech does not extend to the workplace. Jose, I love you, but you got to put away the Democratic Party index card on this one, okay? We'll do traffic and weather together. News coming up with Isabella. A lot more right here. It's Wednesday. I knew we would get one of these. Wednesday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure. Just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealestate.com. It's
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through the trip, you know their heartbreak, their career path, and they know your aspirations to go find yourself in Portugal. It's human. We're all looking for connection, for someone to listen. But sometimes the people we spill our hearts to aren't exactly equipped to help us through it. With over a decade of data-backed experience from helping millions of people, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist based on your needs and goals. No asking for recommendations or endless scrolling through listings. Simply answer a few questions online and you'll be matched with a therapist, often in as little as 48 hours. Join over 5 million people worldwide who've trusted BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Get a therapist who gets you. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. 2 people were killed. Another is in critical condition after a shooting this morning at an ICE facility in Dallas. The FBI's Joe Rothrock says it was an act of targeted violence.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
The Department of Homeland Security has just confirmed the victims were detainees and said the gunman killed himself. Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke to the UN General Assembly today, warning of a dangerous arms race that's come out of Russia's war on his country.
And every year that this war goes on, weapons become even more deadly.
A drone fired from Yemen struck the southern Israeli city of Eilat today. More than 20 people were wounded, 2 of them seriously. It isn't clear whether they were hurt by the drone or an interceptor. On Wall Street, stocks are lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Accused Gilgo Beach serial killer is to face only one trial for 7 murder charges, including a Connecticut woman's death. 62-year-old Rex Heuermann's defense team had petitioned for 5 separate trials, but a judge ruled in favor of the prosecutors, determining a second time that nuclear DNA evidence will be an omission.
You know, they ran thousands of cases to make sure that their software worked. You just don't say, hey, it works, and you throw out some numbers. You have to make sure that it works, and they ran thousands of cases where they knew the DNA matched, to DNA match. They took a supposed unknown, and then they ran it against a bunch of people, and it matched or it didn't, and it was always 100% correct.
Heuermann was charged with a Connecticut woman, Sandra Costilla's death 31 years after her disappearance. Body hair matched DNA evidence tied to Heuermann, as his next court date is in January. Also for court, the trial has begun for a Bridgeport man charged in a deadly triple shooting in Stamford. Ian Evans is accused of killing Shernetta Dunmore and wounding 2 more others at a block party in 2020. Police say around 30 shots were fired in a total during the incident, and Dunmore was struck multiple times. Evan remains in custody on a $3 million bond as he is charged with murder, first-degree assault, reckless endangerment, and a weapons offense. Also in Bridgeport, police say a stabbing happened last night. It happened around 6 p.m. on the 700th block of Cassuth Street. No arrests have been made as a detective bureau is investigating the incident. Fairfield police announced 5-year-old Alea donated her stuffed animals to the department for her birthday. Officers placed the toys in their cruisers to give to children on duty. The department thanks Alea for her generosity and kindness. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high in the low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. My pal Jose trying to stir it up. Some of the staff members heard that in the kitchen. They were loving it. Yes, I understand what the First Amendment is. Hey, look, nobody stopped Jimmy Kimmel from saying anything. He said what he said a week ago this past Monday on the 15th, right? Did anybody infringe on his freedom of speech? No. Did anybody infringe on his freedom of speech last night? No. He got suspended for a few days. They obviously talked it over. So my issue here is not on freedom of speech, but, should you, anything that pops into your head, you should say and then not be held accountable for it? Really? We're making jokes about how a president reacts to the shooting death of his friend? And Kimmel is saying, well, the president can't take a joke? Jesus H, Jimmy, can you be any more tone deaf? Holy God. I'm not backing down. Pal, listen. I'm not for silencing you. I'm not. But in the grand scheme of things, Jimmy, and any other late night host, left or right, up or down, you ain't all that important. Nobody is silencing anybody. You're not that important. Let's not, as I say in my business, let's not get lost in reading our own press clippings. Okay? Cecil in Bridgeport's here. Cecil, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm all right, Paul. How you doing?
Cecil, man, I couldn't be better. Living the dream, loving life.
I'm glad to hear somebody doing all right. Hey, Paul, I've been going through quite a bit. For the last 19 years, I've been seeing a psychiatrist behind me speaking out about various issues pertaining to the city of Bridgeport.
Yeah.
And that's why I said to you the other day, if you could possibly go on YouTube and look at the Cecil Young Show.
All right.
Download that and see why I've been going through what I've been going through. And It's a shame and a disgrace, Paul, because, I care about Bridgeport. I was born and raised here in the city of Bridgeport, and I believe in the First Amendment. And I'm often talking about all kind of issues, and sometimes you say things that you don't mean but you say it because it need to be said. And I think what you said about the talk show host, that was kind of out of line for him to be saying what he said at a time like that when someone's life is involved and for any kind of reason. I would have never made no kind of joke about that at all.
No, Cecil, and I got to run. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, listen, time and a place. Cecil, thank you. I'll check out your show there. Been meaning to do it on YouTube. YouTube's a wonderful thing. Anybody like Cecil, community activists, can be getting the message out there. Yeah, listen, Jimmy, everybody's calling up, Jose. Everybody's calling up. See, this is the talking point. Oh, freedom of speech. Hey, Brian and Andy, hang on for a second. I'll be to both you gentlemen momentarily. I know you've been hanging on. Let me ask you something, folks. Honestly, let me ask you something here. Let's take this situation here now, all right? You had Charlie Kirk, a white man who was gunned down, okay? And you had a white comedian, okay, talking about a white president reacting to it, and everybody loves it because he's sure, boy, that Kimmel, he may be liberal, but he's sticking it to Trump here in freedom of speech. Okay, let me ask you something. What do you think the reaction would have been, all right, from the progressive left in this country? If, say, instead of Charlie Kirk being horribly shot and killed, can you imagine if that was a black preacher? And some white guy with whatever intention shot and killed a black preacher at an HBCU, a historically black or an urban college? And can you imagine if a say, a white conservative or right-leaning comedian went on and started cracking jokes about that? Do you think the same, let me just ask you something, you think the same people who are defending Jimmy Kimmel now tooth and nail, do you think that they would be so quick to do the same if it was a black or minority individual who would be heinously shot and killed by somebody? Come on. I think you know the answer to that. I do. Brian, hang on. Andy in Essex is here. Andy, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, Paul. I miss Jose until he calls. If you see what
Let's be nice now. Let's be nice.
I don't know how you do it, man. I swear, I don't know how you do it. But never argue
drugs,
with
Andy.
because he will beat you with experience. Here's why I call.
Yeah.
I think I don't know how major, minor, but one important factor that's driving stations from not putting Kimmel back on the air.
Yeah.
They don't make money off him. He's just, he's old, he's stale, he's bitter, he's angry. It's not what people want to hear any longer. He's been drying up for years, just like Colbert. And if the sponsors were clamoring to pay money to sponsor his show, believe me, he would be on. Morality, First Amendment, everything else aside. If they were making money, they'd put him on. Just like that, a good football player who gets convicted of or gets accused of domestic violence usually gets a mild suspension. If it's a dog, he's gone.
Yeah.
Kimmel is, he's unfortunately, he's a loser. Personally, I don't like the guy. I don't care if he's on or not. I won't watch him either way. But I think that's the factor. People just aren't paying to hear him anymore.
And I think, and Andy, thank you so much. What has happened now is the whole late night genre has really shifted, and I'm not against that. Advertisers, stations, talent people, if they want to do what they want to do, let them. But there was a time when the late night shows, now granted, this is way, way back, if you're an old guy like me, an old flatulence like me, we remember back, for years it was Carson and everybody else. Those days are gone. I get it. They tried Joan Rivers. They tried Chevy Chase. Oh, my God, they tried Pat Sajak because late night television was a way years ago to just forget your crappy day at work. And somehow along the way it morphed into, hey, let's pound one side or the other on the political aisle. And as Andy just said, the now viewing habits change and you can stream 8,000 things now. I get it. But you're alienating 55% of the country, but the advertisers don't care because if we can hone in, and the late night shows I've been telling you have basically focused in on 18 to 49-year-olds. But even at that hour, 18 to 49-year-olds, those late night shows are only pulling about 200 or 300,000 people nationwide. Now, total audience, they're at about 2 million each. But the audience that the advertisers salivate over, 18 to 49, it's a couple of 100,000. It's remarkably, as Andy said, thinned out. Brian is with us. Brian, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, Brian. What's up?
Nothing much. I just wanted to start off by saying, as a U.S. infantry veteran, the men and women alongside me fight for the right for us to have the First Amendment and allow us the freedom of speech, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that you get to spew whatever nonsense comes to mind. It's like wearing basketball shorts to a fancy dinner. Could you do it? 100%, but it doesn't make it acceptable.
Wait a minute, Brian. You mean I shouldn't have done that the other night? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that why the maitre d' was looking at me weird? No, I'm sorry.
Exactly. That's why you got the extra 10% charge on your bill. No, and to your point with Colin Kaepernick, I was asked when I was still serving, hey, man, what do you think of that, right? And I have a giant American flag tattooed on my arm, and it's like, what do you think of that, him kneeling for the flag? And it's fortunately, I don't respect it and I don't agree with it. Is it okay? No, but he has the right to do that. But that doesn't make it okay. And I think it's very unfortunate as a common society that we have these celebrities and these talk show hosts that hold so much weight and influence on the main populace, on the general populace, that it sways the country either left or right. And I'll end it with this.
Yeah.
Whether you're left wing or right wing, we need to come together as a community in the country and realize it's the same bird.
Exactly.
And I think
Thank you.
Once we can understand that and dissect it, will we be truly united as a country? Because I grew up in a Hispanic household that was primarily Democratic, and then I grew up thinking that I was a Republican until I started doing my own research. And it's really like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And as long as we're divided and fighting one another on our own beliefs, instead of just saying, like Charlie Kirk was great at doing it, I disagree with you, but I would love to hear your standpoint. That's what made the man so beautiful. We need more of that. We need to stop shutting up and shutting out the people that we disagree with and come together as a nation. And that's coming from a U.S. Army veteran.
Brian,
we really need that.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate the call there, Brian. Good thoughts, and thank you very much. And on that note, I need to add nothing else except that we'll be back on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Head out to the 105th Durham Fair this weekend. From barns bursting with animals to exceptional exhibits, motorized events, food galore, and a diverse entertainment lineup. Don't miss the Durham Fair, September 25th through the 28th. Visit durhamfair.com for more info.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back and live on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And again, kudos to our previous caller, Brian there, U.S. military veteran. Thank you, sir, for your service. But again, he capsulized it. Listen. Look, nobody is being stopped from saying what they want to say. And again, to our friend Jose, who obviously he was trying to get under my skin. We know that. But the real fear is when a government actually stops you from speaking. We don't do that here. There's no constitutional right for you to be able to say something on a late-night talk show, as Jimmy Kimmel, is arguing here. There's no constitutional right, as we saw in the Colin Kaepernick situation, that gives you any sort of a right or a guaranteed reason to be able to do something that your employer, in this case, back when, 2016, right? 9 years ago, whenever that was, when the San Francisco 49ers told Colin Kaepernick, hey, I understand you're passionate about whatever, police brutality, whatever, minority rights, that's fine. You don't do it during the game. The game is the game, and the game is the game, and the game is the game. So you don't do that during the game. We are an entertainment company. We employ you to take a snap, handoffs, pitch outs, and throw the football. Now, before that or after that, if you want to go do social justice things, a lot of athletes do that. But please, could we stop? I'm begging you, could we please stop? If we get anything out of this Jimmy Kimmel thing, could we please stop, conflating this improperly with the First Amendment? This is not a First Amendment issue. It's an issue of being a stew-nod or not being a stew-nod, as my tribe likes to say from time to time. Yeah, I honestly think that he was a little broken up. You could hear he was a little emotional about saying, hey, I didn't in any way, shape, or form approve of what happened to Charlie Kirk. And no, he didn't. He didn't crack jokes about the vicious way Charlie Kirk was killed. But again, my question is, why not everything needs to be political? That's my point. Now, we do a lot of that on this show because that's what I'm hired to do, to look at national politics, local politics, Bridgeport, Fairfield County, Connecticut, and say, well, I think this is great. I think this is dumb. I think this is asinine. Let's talk about it. But I always, before I do any category or any sort of story on this show or dive into any categories of stuff, I always take a step back and say, all right, now what's the real issue here? What are the side issues? What do I want to say? How do I want to say it? And am I reading the room here? Am I standing up before I go to the dais or the rostrum? Do I understand what's going on here? And sadly, in some situation, and all these people pumping their fists for Charlie Kirk, a lot of them only see Trump and they don't see arrogance.
The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
All right, maybe he does. You could argue that, but here's my point. He can't take a joke. Why are you in any way, shape, or form? And here's the question that nobody seems to be able to answer here. Why are you weaving all this into a comedic or an ostensibly comedic monologue? Why? And just because you can is not a good reason. Well, I'm doing it because I can. Okay, that's what my son used to say when he was 4. Brian, why did you do that? 'Cause I did. Okay. That was when you're 4. Jimmy Kimmel's 57. And again, he acts as if he made some sort of innocent joke. No, there were two things at play. And I can't say this enough so people understand what went on here. In part of that monologue, he said, quote, the MAGA gang. Now, number one, what's the MAGA gang? Is that all Trump voters? Is that Trump himself? Is that his cabinet? So he tosses out some, and again, I'm not saying, in fact, I'm glad he did this. I'm the furthest thing from being sorry he did this because they always show you who they are. The MAGA gang, quote, is desperately trying to characterize, keep making that mistake, characterize, 4th grade English, Paul. The MAGA gang is desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. Now, part of the reason they were doing that is for some reason this rumor popped up, where else, on the internet, that, hey, this kid that shot Charlie Kirk, they say he was conservative. Who's they and what evidence do you have of that? But again, instead of Jimmy Kimmel saying, well, maybe I shouldn't say this, he went ahead and said it, knowing it was a point of contention and knowing that it could inflame people. Jimmy, there's nothing comedic about this. There's nothing funny about this. There's no levity here that you may put in your monologue to make people say, oh, what a horrible day. Let me put on Kimmel. Let's see who he has on. Maybe he's got a good band on or a good guest. And then he plays the video of Trump. Whether you love Trump or not, that's not the issue here. It's getting harder and harder to make people understand that. But he plays video, saying, well, the president, he seemed awfully broken up about it. And then he has video of Trump being asked about it, says, I'm doing okay. And by the way, look at this ballroom. Now, did anybody in that writing staff, did anybody pause and say, hey, you know what? Different people deal with grief in different ways. How many times in life has a dear loved one of ours died or been killed or sick, and we're like, no, we're okay. Everything's fine. And then when everybody leaves the room, you break down and cry, and you start sobbing and punching the walls and asking God, why did something happen? But again, I just, for some reason, and look, he probably understands he screwed up. He does. Even with the whole MAGA comment, even with doing the juxtaposition of the questioning, but he can't, look, whatever. We all have egos. There have been plenty of times in my life where I'm like, boy, Paul, did you F up? But don't say it. No, don't say it. Make a joke. Ha, 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 ha. And then I've had people look at me going, yeah, right, okay, yeah, sure, you're all right. That's all. That's my point here. He can say whatever he wants. But my God, could we stop treating this guy like he's Jesus, Buddha, Gandhi, Joan of Arc, St. John Paul II? Oh, my God, put a lid on it, Jesus. Traffic and weather. God, people. Oh, man, where's Johnny Carson when you need him? Who, by the way, there is a great clip that has surfaced on the internet about the past 4 or 5 months. It was out there months ago. It's basically Mike Wallace asking Johnny Carson, why aren't you more political? You could do X, Y, and Z. And Carson got, visibly upset with him. And he looks at Mike Wallace. He goes, because, Mike, that's not what I do. I don't want to get into all that. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers, the low and low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, the high and low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, let's go back to the phones before we go to news. Top of the hour from CBS and Isabella. Steve is here. Steve, good afternoon. You got about a minute, my friend. Go ahead.
Very quick. Paul, if Kimball, instead of hiding behind jokes, you don't speak about the debt.
Yeah.
You got to respect it. He should have debated him like a man. Away from the studio, behind the studio laughing audience. I stopped watching him a year ago because all he talks about is Trump. What kind of monologue?
Well,
the other talks, and he used to read the paper. If they found something funny,
Yeah.
he used to talk about it.
Well, yeah, and Stephen, thanks. I'm up against the time-wise here. Steve and Guilford there. Yeah, Steve, like I said, unfortunately, ever since Trump came down the golden escalator back in 2015. Now, look, the nighttime talk show hosts were always left-leaning. But, man, when Trump has been manna from heaven for these people. And I agree with people who say, hey, they used to make fun of Nixon. They used to make fun of George Bush and George H.W. Bush. Some people dared to make fun of Barack Obama and Joe Biden. It was never this bad. And Trump's a big boy, and he brings a lot of it on himself. I get it. But after a while, as my mother used to say, after a while, oofa.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A gunman opened fire at an ICE facility in Dallas this morning, killing 2 detainees and wounding a third. J.D. Miles reports authorities are calling it an act of targeted violence.
Dallas Police Chief Daniel Como says when the officers got here, they found the suspected shooter dead from what they believe was a self-inflicted wound. Now, the FBI told us that the shell casings around the shooter had anti-ICE messages etched into them.
CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland.
Those signatures on those shell casings or those bullets alleged by the FBI director, that is part of a pattern. In the assassination of Charlie Kirk, shell casings with messages in them. In the assassination of the United Healthcare leader in Manhattan, signatures allegedly on the shell casings or the bullets. That does give concerns about a rising number of copycats who try to message killings.
The families of the 67 people killed when an airliner collided with an Army helicopter over Washington in January are suing the FAA, the Army, American Airlines, and its regional partner, PSA Airlines. Attorney Bob Clifford.
The families will seek the answers to the very questions that they have. They will be seeking the accountability that they are owed.
Clifford said the crash was predictable and preventable. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met in New York today with Russia's foreign minister, a day after President Trump said Ukraine now has the possibility of regaining all of its territory in the war. CBS's Nancy Cortez at the White House.
What everyone is trying to figure out is what caused this change of heart. Is President Trump simply talking tough, trying to force Putin to the negotiating table after coaxing him there hasn't worked? Has he truly had an actual change of heart? Does he now have some new faith in the Ukrainians that he didn't have before? It's important to note that President Trump hasn't changed any underlying U.S. policy yet.
A new presidential walk of fame was unveiled at the White House today, and Stacey Lynn reports one picture will raise eyebrows.
The White House shared a video on social media of the West Wing colonnade, which now features a wall of portraits of every U.S. president, except one. In the spot where former President Biden's picture would be, there's a photo of the notorious auto pen instead. President Trump shared his plan earlier this month in an interview with the Daily Caller, telling them, quote, "This is going to be very controversial."
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower again today. The second day, the Dow is off 160 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Senior Assistant State Attorney Mark Durso announced Raul Valle will be back in court on the amend information charging him with reckless first-degree manslaughter for the killing of late Fairfield prep student Jimmy McGrath. The state filed the amended charges in July right after Valle was acquitted for the most serious charges he faced, including murder for a stabbing during a fight at a house party in Shelton in May 2022. McGrath's attorney, Michael Rosnick, said this in his closing arguments over the summer.
This wasn't self-defense. He went into that fight already armed.
The state wants to retry Valle on those 4 lesser charges as his attorney Kevin Smith defended his closing arguments.
This is what self-defense looks like. It's messy. It's chaotic. It transpires quickly, and you don't have to make the best decision.
Valle is scheduled to be in the Milford Superior Court October 15th. Human remains were discovered at a construction site in Greenwich. Police say the discovery was made on September 18th as the remains have allegedly been there for an extended period of time. The remains were taken to the state medical examiner's office for a further study. Police also say more information will be released as the investigation moves forward. A Bridgeport man is charged with manslaughter in connection with a deadly overdose. Police found communications from 36-year-old Rodney Coriano and the victim, James Garamanley's cell phone, indicating that he had arranged to buy narcotics. Police responded to a Naugatuck home in May and found the unresponsive male, whose death is determined to be an overdose. Coriano is charged with manslaughter and numerous drug offenses. I'm Ms. Belgados, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high in the low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Darn nice it is to have you with us. Paul Pacelli here. Isabella Gatos in for the vacationing Chris Williams. Don't worry, Chris is fine. We do get vacation time here at Connoisseur. My God, where's Paul? Where's Chris? We're fine. Don't worry. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Coming up later on today, a lot coming up with our guest, Hearst Connecticut Media senior editor and columnist Dan Harr will be with us. Also, CBS News automotive industry reporter Jeff Gilbert, WWJ in Detroit. And Jeff will be talking about how the effects are settling into these tariffs on auto purchases and repairs. Mary, hang on. We'll be to you in just a minute. But again, a lot of you folks could not watch Jimmy Kimmel in Connecticut last night because the local affiliate WTNH News 8 in New Haven, WTNH is owned by Nexstar Communications. They, for the time being, say we're not going to run Jimmy Kimmel Live anymore. So that's a separate issue, but it may be connected to the FCC because there's a major merger going on, yada, yada, yada. So the bottom line, if you have or had WTNH as your local affiliate here in Connecticut, they did not carry it. I don't know what they carried. A lot of these stations are putting like game shows on. Bring back Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. Let's bring back reruns of Family Feud with Richard Dawson so we can all get that kiss on the cheek. Anyway, you may have seen it in Fairfield County if WABC out of New York is your ABC affiliate, or you may have seen it in northern Connecticut if you could get Channel 40 in Springfield or 22. I forget what Springfield station is the ABC affiliate. I should know this. A dear friend of mine worked there for years. But having said that, here is part, in case you missed it last night and didn't search it out online, here's part of what Jimmy Kimmel said. It sounds sincere in this.
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
Okay, I honestly think that he was moved. You could hear that. You know, we're all human beings. You can only take so many people saying you suck, drop dead, stuff like that before it gets to you. And he did continue.
I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. Ever.
Okay, I get that, and I read a little bit more of what he said. So, okay so far. But now he goes into the sunglasses mode. He puts on his sunglasses and says this. And again, he has every right to say this, but people also have every right to blow back on him.
The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
Maybe he does. I'm not denying that either, but here's the part. Taking a joke. Okay, now, number one, why are you putting stuff about somebody getting shot in the neck and killed on worldwide video? Why is that in a comedic monologue? Explain that to me. Again, I've always lived by the axiom that I can say a lot behind this mic, a lot of which I choose not to. Because that little person on my right shoulder goes, don't say it. Don't give in to the tension at the moment. And by the way, he said this. And again, I'm not besmirching his ability to say anything. But he talks about, well, it was just a joke. Okay, part of what he said was the MAGA gang is desperately trying to characterize, can you tell I don't handle that well? Is desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. Okay, why is that in your monologue? You're supposed to make people laugh, aren't you? But again, he goes ahead and does it. And again, he makes fun of how Trump reacted to a question when a reporter said, hey, Mr. President, sir, how are you feeling since the assassination of, how are you doing, sir? And he said, well, I'm doing quite fine, I think. And look at this great construction over here of the White House ballroom. He's not doing fine. He's not. Charlie Kirk was not some occasional visitor to the White House. He was a guy that worked hip on hip, attached to the hip with Trump to motivate the younger vote. So again, Jimmy, I'm glad you're back on the air. I don't want you losing your gig. I really don't. I don't. But read the room, all right? Could we stop treating this guy like he's Gandhi? And I ask you again, if things had been reversed, and there had been a young African-American preacher or a Muslim leader of thought that had gotten tragically gunned down at an HBCU, whatever, and you had a conservative comedian suddenly doing the same thing here about a president, can you imagine the blowback? Can you imagine? Oh, they can't put him back on the air. How are they going to shut that speech down? Come on. We all know how the script would play out. Kimmel, God love him. He's back on the air. Good for him. He makes $16 million a year. God bless him. He's come a long way since The Man Show with Adam Carolla. Trampolines. Mary in Shelton is with us. Mary, good afternoon. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine. I would just like to say a few words.
Yes, go ahead.
When the assassination happened, before they even knew who shot him, our president was saying that it was the liberal, the radical left or whatever he says.
Okay.
He was blaming the Democrats, and nobody ever says, wait a minute, why did our own president say it was a Democrat when they didn't even know who the killer was at that point?
Yeah, and I criticized him for saying that. I said everybody's got to take a breath and calm down and let's.
You shouldn't jump to conclusions, okay?
Yeah.
And as far as Jimmy Kimmel, I just don't understand why. Most people that watch Jimmy Kimmel are on the left.
Yeah.
So it's entertainment for us. Like 50% of the country does not like Trump.
I know.
And even more because of some of the things he's done.
Yeah.
And this is kind of an unusual time because we've never had a president that's like selling a Bitcoin, selling a Bible, selling cards with his picture on it. Mm-hmm. What happened to you're not supposed to make money on the presidency?
Well, apparently that's not being adhered to right now, Mary. I guess not.
You know what it sort of reminds me of?
Yeah.
I worked at a school, in the cafeteria.
Okay.
And they had a dress code.
Yeah.
But it was never enforced.
Okay.
So some of the girls wore things that were didn't leave much to the imagination.
Yeah.
And I thought, as a mother of a son, I'm like, boy, that would be distracting for the boys.
I'm sorry, as a mother of a son, I like that.
Well, as a mother of a son, yes.
Yeah.
I would have my son, when he was in high school, if he had to sit near a girl, that the way they're dressed, it would be so distracting.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, the hormones are kicking in.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
But anyway, Jimmy Kimmel should have never been put off the air because if you really listen to what he said, if he had said something really hateful, he didn't say anything hateful, but it's like what's happening now is the president is like taking power that no other presidents have, and they're acting like mobsters. Like, if you don't behave, we're going to...
I agree with you. And listen...
That's horrible.
And Mary, and I do have to run, thank you, and I agree. He should not be silenced. I agree, but do not... I said it from... And Mary, thank you once again. I'm not yelling at you. It's my frustration. I said this days ago, no, don't fire Jimmy Kimmel. Let him say what he wants to say. And Mary, as to your question of, why people react that way, well, it's just... We're on a hair trigger now, and it's worse now because, remember, Trump won the popular vote. And I think in the first term of Trump, people were like, well, Hillary won the popular vote. This is an aberration. It's that damn electoral college. And now people are like, whoa. The people who hate Trump are more motivated than ever because they're like, oh, my God. He actually won the popular vote, and the people who love Trump are saying, you can't do that dopey electoral college argument with us anymore, can you, kids? All right, Tim, Dave, and Gary, you gentlemen, the three wise men there, hang on, and we shall return on WICC.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
Here at Stamford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stamford Health. Care. It's different here.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
This Sunday, head to Harbor Park in Middletown to catch the Spin Doctors. On Monday, downtown New Haven at Toads is where you'll see Natasha Bedingfield. Tuesday, 21 Pilots hits Xfinity Theater in Hartford. On Thursday, October 2nd, Flock of Seagulls will be live at Fairfield Theater Company. Make your weekend plans for Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. On Friday, it's Flo Rida, and on Saturday, T-Pain. Friday, October 10th, Palace Theater, KC and the Sunshine Band. On October 12th, Toad's Place in New Haven, it's Borns. And on Friday, October 17th, America, it's the Palace Theater.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high in the low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I wonder, and I was just chatting with our producer, news person today, Isabella, about this. I wonder if you're lonesome. Sorry, I go into my Elvis. It just happens. You wonder if the monologue that started all this, I would think had to undergo what the networks call standards and practices, right? Where they go over talk show scripts, they go over monologues, they go over sitcom scripts, variety show. All right, don't say that. Please take that out. Make sure that's not on the teleprompter. You wonder whether anybody had said, hey, Jimmy, like, you gonna do this with the MAGA? I mean, technically, there was no vulgarity there. There was no whatever. I have a feeling once this all dies down, and it's probably done now, I wonder if there's going to be a scenario where somebody said, well, hey, we told him we're in CYA mode here. We told him, don't say this. Somebody's going to come out. Trust me on this. There will be somebody, one of his writers or standards and practices, going to say, see, don't blame the Writers Guild. No. We said, I'd love to write for one of these shows. Oh, God. I want to write for the Babylon Bee. You ever go see them online? Man, that's my stuff right there. Look who's here. Dave in Branford. Dave, how are you, sir?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good,
I
Dave.
I do believe you called three of the next callers up the three wise men. I think wise guys would be more
okay. Well,
yeah.
Okay, the three wise guys. There you go.
Okay. Anyway, and I don't know who the other ones are, but you mentioned that. Listen, I don't like the way Kimmel's return and all the discussion is that the First Amendment has been suspended by the evil president, and the First Amendment is triumphing when it has nothing to do with that. He simply is venomous. Johnny One Note is very unpleasant. It's not humorous. He makes puerile jokes about the farter in chief. And that's what's considered humor. And so this is our president. Or his fat ankles that retain fluid. Jimmy, you wouldn't make fun of your Italian aunt for having fluid retaining, puffed up ankles. It's in bad taste. It's not funny.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why and ABC also gives us The View. So one-sided, it's ridiculous. And so the question is, our First Amendment rights to be on the public airwaves, why can't I see Governor Glenn Youngkin? Because he's a Republican. I saw in the Post the only Republican Kimmel's had on in 3 years was Liz Cheney.
There's a shock.
What a shock. And so, why? And Winsome Sears, Glenn Youngkin's lieutenant, who's running to replace him as governor. What happened to Tucker Carlson? Why can't I see him on a late-night talk show? And it's because of this conspiracy to exclude the whole right side of the political universe. And I want to give you an example of I've got a cartoon. It's on the wall of my house. It's Joe Biden in the batter's box. You know I like baseball. He's in the batter's box.
Okay.
He's got the home plate is facing behind him.
Yeah.
And he's looking to the rear in the direction of the umpire. And so he looks befuddled and confused. And there's Kamala Harris is standing in the on-deck circle holding the bat upside down. And just looking at the picture, it's very humorous, but you wouldn't want to see him ridiculed every day in every way. It stops being funny. That's Kimmel. And we need to, Roseanne Barr should get one night a week. And you may not like her, but at least one night a week she'd have original, actual humor.
Yeah.
And that's what we need. We have First Amendment rights too, not to see our totems ridiculed and ripped every night of the week.
Yeah, and Dave, good stuff. Thank you. Appreciate it. Listen. A lot of this, too, and I was just discussing this with Isabella, a lot of this, too, comes down to how do we get eyes to watch these shows? Now, generally, with a lot of younger people who generally tend to be more progressive, the idea of watching a network television show is right up there with going out and buying a buggy for your horse. I mean, it just doesn't happen anymore. So part of the reason that the late night shows have turned uber progressive and have gone after Trump, and he's an easy target, I'm not saying he's not, is because the sales departments tell the networks, Jesus H, give us something we can sell. Remember, commercial radio stations, commercial television stations, commercial newspapers, they are, in essence, as one of my first bosses said, Paul, we're an advertising company. We use our programs to sell advertising. And I was told by a very nice guy who hired me, gave me one of my first shots in the business, Paul, if you don't want to be beholden to balance sheets and advertisers, and he didn't say this, being nasty, but he said, go work for NPR or go work for a public radio station that gets donors on top of what used to be government money. So obviously, when you're trying to keep a day part afloat, as we say in the business, you need young viewers. And the only viewers, even though Mr. Kimmel and Mr. Fallon and all these people were averaging about 2.5 million people a night, the key demographic here that they look at, 18 to 49-year-olds, it's only about 250,000 per night, and that's the entire U.S.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
It's the season premiere of the Greater Bridgeport Symphony with sensational new conductor Eduardo Leandro, Saturday, October 4th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Come see and hear Shostakovich's Grand Fifth Symphony, along with the Lark Ascending and a new piece by Carolyn Shaw. Tickets $21 to $72. Subscriptions available. Buy all 5 season concerts and save up to 22%. Get tickets now at gbs.org or call 203-576-0263. The Greater Bridgeport Symphony.
Serving my country required sacrifice. Sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. 2 people were killed. Another is in critical condition after a shooting this morning at an ICE facility in Dallas. The FBI's Joe Rothrock says it was an act of targeted violence.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
The Department of Homeland Security has just confirmed the victims were detainees and said the gunman killed himself. Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke to the UN General Assembly today, warning of a dangerous arms race that's come out of Russia's war on his country.
And every year that this war goes on, weapons become even more deadly.
A drone fired from Yemen struck the southern Israeli city of Eilat today. More than 20 people were wounded, 2 of them seriously. It isn't clear whether they were hurt by the drone or an interceptor. On Wall Street, stocks are lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport man is charged with manslaughter in connection with a deadly overdose. Police found communications from 36-year-old Rodney Corino and the victim, James Gramellini's cell phone, indicating that he arranged to buy narcotics. Police responded to the Naugatuck home in May and found the unresponsive male, Gramellini, whose death was determined to be from the overdose.
Officers located the victim, James Gramellini, at his residence. Despite the efforts of responding officers and Naugatuck EMS, Gramellini was pronounced dead at the scene. While on scene, detectives located bags which contain a powdery substance consistent with heroin and fentanyl.
Coriano is charged with manslaughter and numerous drug offenses. 15 people were charged with trafficking cocaine and fentanyl around the state. The FBI Bridgeport Safe Street Task Force found 26-year-old Damian Hazel of Bridgeport and others were traveling through the Bronx and Puerto Rico through Maine. 10 suspects were from Southern Connecticut, as 6 were from Bridgeport. Fairfield police announced 5-year-old Isla donated her stuffed animals to the department for her birthday. Officers placed the toys in their cruisers to give to children on duty. The department thanks Isla for her generosity and kindness. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high in the low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, talk a little Jimmy Kimmel today. You know, it's hard to get a read on what his actual ratings were last night. I'm sure they'll look at the streaming figures. But remember, Nexstar, and I forget the other company that's not running him, forgive me, he wasn't on in like 45 markets or something like that. Now, that's dumb. I understand there's private ownership of stations. I get it. But I don't want the guy silenced. I don't. We need to have smart things said, stupid things said, erudite things said, non-erudite things said. I don't want to end up like, hey, by the way, have you seen what's going on in Great Britain? I mean, you talk about you're scared about what's happening here. Take a look at what happens in Great Britain. If you go on social media now, in the UK, the once great United Kingdom, from which our heritage comes from, even though it was a little Revolutionary War thing. But you get arrested now if you say things on social media or in public that are deemed to be hurtful. Yeah, that's not good. I'll tell you, this whole thing you see with Trump and MAGA in the U.S., that's coming to Great Britain. It's on the way. You're seeing hundreds of thousands of Britons every weekend now displaying the Union Jack. And what's the other flag? The flag of St. Paul. You know, the one with the red, St. John or St. Paul, the red cross on the white background. Oh, it ain't good in the old UK there, trust me. All right. Tim in Hamden's here. He's been hanging on. Tim, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Good. About the Shelton lunchroom, okay?
Yeah.
Is there a cover charge to get into that place? Is there like 2 yoo-hoos to...
Where's this now? Mind. Where's this?
The Shelton, the lunch lady that was talking about all the kids with with the sexy outfit.
Yeah, what she said, and her, her young boy, her son was there, and
I'm thinking 2 yoo-hoos and a bowl of Jell-O.
It's funny, Tim, and I'll let you get to your point there. But when she mentioned that, hopefully, I think it's Mary. She's still listening. I have a dear friend who's a public high school teacher, and he told me, and I don't know how we got on the subject, but he said at the school he's at, and I'm not going to name a town or a school. He said the teachers actually have a signal if particularly it's a male teacher who wants to alert a female staff member to go over to a female student, because the guys can't do it, Tim. That's verboten. Right. To go over to a male student, to go over to a female student and say, can you button up a little bit? But he said there is a strategy at their school to just go over and whisper something or make a little hand gesture. Oh, okay, I'll go talk with her.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
I've done some substitute teaching.
So you know. Did you watch Mr. Kimmel last night or not?
Well, I rarely watch the actual shows, to tell you the truth. I'm one of those YouTubers and stuff to watch it the next day with millions of people. Yeah. But by the way, Johnny Carson was political all the time. He was, he would make fun.
Yep.
Well, both sides, but he didn't, dig in every day. I mean, it was
exactly.
When you've got somebody like Trump who continues to be out there, and a lot of it also is the Epstein jokes.
Yeah.
The Epstein jokes and all of that stuff. They're portraying him that, and now, with the fact that, they're essentially saying, does he have dementia? What is he doing?
Yeah.
He can't pronounce acetaminophen or anything else.
That, yes.
You know, it's like so all of that stuff is out there. But Johnny Carson used to have Corvidol. He would have Buckley.
Oh my
and everything.
God! Yeah.
Especially during the last hour.
Yes.
You know, half hour. You'd have a lot of authors and stuff. You know. So it was like, okay, time to go to bed.
Because he understood that he could even take somebody like that and and talk to them to make them even somewhat interesting for the common man, to hold the audience for a little bit. Yeah.
You know, and even Fallon had Gutfield on the other day. You know, so they're all sitting there going, "What can I do to get some sort of share of the audience?"
Yeah.
But I think the Epstein thing in particular has driven every. But it's that blanket. It's not like it's George Carlin or Mort Saul.
Oh,
somebody. I've got to get these guys. It's like a whole blanket. Everybody. And I don't like them and all that stuff. And it's the same thing with. He said he's going to go in for retribution with his political opponents. So good luck, Pam Bondi. Good luck.
Yeah, and Tim, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. I do remember, on that note, Tim, I remember back when the Trump-Russia thing was revving up, which was right after 2016, and I distinctly remember, and he's kind of now off on his own kind of independent journalism. I keep mentioning this. Matt Taibbi, remember his father, Mike Taibbi, who's on TV in Boston and I think in New York on Channel 7. Anyway, I remember Matt Taibbi back in 2015, 2016. He wrote a story. I believe it was for Rolling Stone, because that was when I used to actually buy physical copies of Rolling Stone. And I remember Matt Taibbi was saying something like, "Hey," and I'm obviously paraphrasing now, but Matt Taibbi would say something like, "Hey, in this story, if you're going to go after Trump, you'd better have enough evidence to put him away for good, because if you don't," and I distinctly remember this, he said, "you're going to create Frankenstein's monster." Because this guy, if he beats this, which he did essentially, and then there were questions about that Steele dossier and everything, Matt Taibbi is like, "I hope the Democrats understand what they're doing here, because they will create Frankenstein's monster." He's not a kind of guy that's going to forgive and forget. And now, as Tim said, is anybody going to be surprised if Pam Bondi walks away from her gig? This guy wants retribution. And you may say, as I say, "Hey, you know what, just don't worry about it. You're in the Oval Office." But that's not what he is. And we all know people like that, right? Maybe some in our family, our immediate family, our close family, or our bosses at work, or our supervisors, right? We all know people like that, where you say, "Geez, don't worry," right? How many people in our lives do we say, "Forget it, don't worry, move on, you won"? And we have relatives, friends, significant others, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever, people we work with, who say, no, I can't. I that hurt me too much. Well, this is what you have now. Which is why when he was first elected, I was on these kinds of shows saying, "Hey, don't go pounding the guy 24/7, 365, because he's not of the political class. He doesn't care what cocktail parties he's invited to. He doesn't care. Don't create a monster here. Don't create somebody who, if you don't get him, he will come back at you times 10. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's just, and by the way, there's a new poll out there, and I'll get to this a little later. And again, I don't sit here and toot my own horn and say I'm right, but I'm right on this one. There's a new poll out there. It's not from Fox. It's not from Newsmax. It's not from One American Network. It's not from Rasmussen. No, it's a centrist to left-leaning poll. We'll have the numbers later. that says that despite all the garbage you're hearing surrounding Trump and the stuff from the White House and the stuff from Democrats, the Republicans still have, despite Trump, they have significant advantages on certain issues. Like, what do I keep saying? Crime. What do I keep saying? The border. What do I keep saying? Immigrants. And you may not like it. It may frost you off to no end. Which is why I keep saying, stop the attacks on Trump. Stop going after him. Develop your bench. Call up some people from the AAA team. Not everybody's got to be a superstar, a rising star. Maybe you've got some backbench member of Congress, you Democrats, a woman or a guy. You sit back and you say, hey, they're pretty good looking. They're good in interviews. They're from a purplish district. But instead, you're going to, in fact, who's on with Colbert tonight? Chris Murphy. Oh, Maron. Oh, I can just imagine now. Should I get out the Brioski for Murphy on Colbert tonight? Jeez, you talk about a quinella there. But yet, you've got Chris Murphy touring the country with AOC, who thought the Civil Rights Act gave blacks the right to vote. Oh, Maron. He's stunad. And you've got Jasmine Crockett out there, too, who comes along with her pearls of wisdom like law enforcement is not there to prevent crime. That's who Chris Murphy is hanging out with. Oh, my God. You can't do better? Maybe you like Murphy because he has that beard going. Whew, man, I got to tell you, my feet are trembling with that. As we continue right here, right now on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through the trip, you know their heartbreak, their career path, and they know your aspirations to go find yourself in Portugal. It's human. We're all looking for a connection, for someone to listen. But sometimes the people we spill our hearts to aren't exactly equipped to help us through it. With over a decade of data-backed experience from helping millions of people, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist based on your needs and goals. No asking for recommendations or endless scrolling through listings. Simply answer a few questions online and you'll be matched with a therapist, often in as little as 48 hours. Join over 5 million people worldwide who've trusted BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Get a therapist who gets you. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Here's how you can tell we're getting near the end of the Jimmy Kimmel thing. Here's how you can tell. I look up at my monitor here in the studio. I kid you not. I kid you not. CNN is there, and I know CNN is trying to CNN is constantly trying to figure out what it is, who they are. I've always thought of, and they're trying to just be a little less of opinionated now, going back to hard news, what Ted Turner, I was going to say Ted Cruz, Ted Nugent, Ted Turner envisioned them to be. And I see, and I'm looking, of course, I have the volume off there, but I'm seeing what they're doing and who they're talking to. And I see Kimmel defends free speech, offers no apology, and return to TV. And who are they talking to? And I have nothing against this woman, nothing at all. They're talking to Jodie Sweetin. You remember who Jodie Sweetin was? Isabella's nodding her. Jodie Sweetin, yes, Stephanie Tanner on Full House. Now, again, I'm not in any way disparaging Ms. Sweetin's opinions. She was on network television for years. I wasn't. She's probably worth several $1 million if she invested wisely. I'm not. But when I don't know, maybe she's in it. She could be a union person now. I don't know. Maybe she's affiliated with SAG-AFTRA, whatever. But you'll excuse. And again, if this gets back to her, Jodie, I don't mean to break your chops here, but it's a little. What's the word I'm looking for when you get kind of knocked off the balance here? I don't want to say off-putting. That's not the word. It's a little destabilizing when you're seeing people discuss a topic, and one minute you see a Secretary of State or a former Secretary of State, and the next moment, probably maybe with good reason, you see Stephanie Tanner from Full House. All right, the world of network television. I was just discussing with somebody here at Clear Channel today. He's kind of our resident pop culture expert. He'll know who he is if he's listening in his office right now. Does anybody still watch sitcoms? I mean, and look, the reason I ask this stuff is I watch so little television. You'd be amazed. I'm awash in this stuff from the moment I get up in the morning, meaning emails and news sites and newspaper sites and online sites. And when I say goodbye at 6 o'clock, straight up every night, every Monday through Friday, the last thing I want to do is watch television or look at a screen. The only times I look at that is occasionally I have to get my fix of Star Trek stuff. Yes, nerd, loser, I know. What can I tell you? And or, for some reason, watch my New York Jets be the epitome of horrible football. But other than that, you don't mean you watch the Yankees, Paul? No, I watch like the highlight packages now. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's physiological. I don't know. But when I was younger, I would watch, for example, a Yankee game or even a Mets game. I'd watch it from the opening theme of the pregame show down to the closing credits of the postgame show. I can't do that anymore. I don't know what it is. So usually now the postseason's coming up definitely for the Yankees. I still think the Mets get in, maybe the Red Sox too. But okay, I'll watch maybe 4 or 5 innings of a postseason game. And football's different because usually my Jets are so horrendous, although they're on this Monday night. Oh my God. But I don't know what it is. Do you find that? I mean, honestly. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Honestly, I find it, even when it's stuff I have to know, like about Jimmy Kimmel or what's going on at the White House or what Congress is doing. Thank God for Hulu. Thank God for YouTube. Thank God for Google. But the older I get, I just don't have the patience to sit there and stare at a screen. Now, maybe the audio's out of the background. I'm doing laundry. I'm washing dishes, whatever. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. So I'm not going to stay up tonight and watch Stephen Colbert and Chris Murphy because I don't believe, I've firmly believed for years, giving oneself a migraine is probably not a good idea. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll take a break, and we shall return right after this.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high in the low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials, perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
From Hollywood, The Tonight Show, starring Johnny Carson. This is Ed McMahon along with Doc Severinsen and the NBC Orchestra inviting you to join Johnny and his guests, Buddy Hackett, John Lithgow, and another segment of More on Movies. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's Johnny.
Yeah, December 11th, 1984. There's Doc Severinsen with all his big hair. Carson looking, McMahon with the bow. Here we go. Yes, a long time ago. I know, Paul, you sound like an old suburban fat white guy. That's what I am, an old suburban fat white guy that used to occasionally put on Johnny Carson. Back, when you were young and staying up late was a big deal. A lot of us were, come on, can I watch Johnny Carson? No, you can't. That's for the adults, Paul. So there you go. All right. By the way, we do have a Facebook question up today. Before we shift gears, we'll talk about this new survey that's out. Also, auto prices and auto repairs costing more and more because likely of some Trump tariffs. So we'll talk about that. But we do have I thought a pertinent question coming up on the show today. Do you watch any of the late night TV talk shows? You get mad, though, at the political digs, or are you okay with opinionated hosts? Whatever makes people laugh, honestly, just whatever makes them laugh. Because think about it, and that's why, isn't that what TV is supposed to do, whether it's TV or streaming or any sort of product you're looking at. I mean, if people still stay up that late, the whole premise of the nighttime shows, besides selling advertising, I get it, besides trying to make money, the whole premise is trying to make people laugh. Think about all the days that you go through, maybe sadly, And I don't mean that degrading you, but, think about how many days we go through where we don't want to hear about politics anymore. We don't want to hear about how much stuff costs. We don't want to hear about, phony housing bills. Sorry. And maybe we just want to come home and laugh. That's it. Who did Tim mention before? Mort Saul or somebody? One of the Borscht Belt comics? Oh, man. All right, you want to get a hold of me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That's talk or text. By the way, talk or text. That's the same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Some calls coming in now. Also, I see a couple of text messages. And assuming there are no vulgarities in those text messages, I will share them with you, my happy little audience here. By the way, if you want to watch me do the show, watch a pudgy, balding white guy talking to a microphone, it's twitch.tv. Search for WICC 600 or go to our YouTube page. Click on the lit up medallion there, and you'll see it.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A gunman opened fire on an ICE facility in Dallas today. The Department of Homeland Security now says one detainee was killed. Authorities say the suspect who fired from the roof of another building killed himself. The FBI's Joe Rothrock.
This will be a whole of government response. There will be no resource not utilized to bring all those individuals who are responsible to bring them to justice and to hold them accountable.
CBS's Scott McFarland reports the attack raises questions about the security of federal facilities.
In the past couple of years, the number of threats against federal complexes has significantly increased. Hundreds of threats against the buildings or the employees themselves each year, not to mention the many hundreds of crimes that occur on federal grounds or inside federal buildings from people who work there or are visiting there.
Families of those killed in a mid-air crash between a passenger plane and an Army helicopter over Washington are filing suit against American Airlines, its regional carrier, and the federal government. Attorney Bob Clifford.
The crash of American Eagle 5342 was predictable, it was preventable, and caused the needless loss of 67 lives on that fateful evening.
President Trump signaled a shift in his stance on Ukraine yesterday during his UN speech. He also again called for Europe to quit buying Russian oil. Nancy Cordes reports there are two key countries which may not have gotten his message.
Will President Trump pick up the phone and start leaning more heavily on Hungary and Turkey to buy their oil and gas from somewhere else, perhaps even from the United States?
Syria's new president addressed the UN Assembly today. He said Israeli raids in his country could spark new conflict.
In face of this aggression, Syria is committed to dialogue, and we're committed to the disengagement of forces agreement of 1974, and we call on the international community to stand beside us in the face of these attacks.
YouTube says it will offer creators a way to rejoin the streaming platform if they were banned for violating COVID-19 and election misinformation policies that are no longer in effect. The move is the latest in a series of content moderation rollbacks from tech companies. Tech contributor Ensure.
YouTube's decisions have major impacts. The platform is used by more than 2 billion people, or effectively a quarter of the globe. And that carries a lot of responsibility.
On Wall Street today at the closing bell, stocks finished lower. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Accused Gilgo Beach serial killer is to face only one trial in 7 murder charges, including a Connecticut woman's death. 62-year-old Rex Humerman's defense team had petitioned for 5 separate trials, but the judge ruled in favor of the prosecutors, determining a second time that nuclear DNA evidence will be assembled.
You know, they ran thousands of cases to make sure that their software worked. You just don't say, hey, it works, and you throw out some numbers. You have to make sure that it works, and they ran thousands of cases where they knew the DNA match, to DNA match. They took a supposed unknown, and then they ran it against a bunch of people, and it matched or it didn't, and it was always 100% correct.
Humerman was charged with Connecticut woman Sandra Costilla's death 31 years after her disappearance. Body hair matched DNA evidence tied to Humerman, as his next court date is in January. Human remains were discovered at a construction site in Greenwich. Police say the discovery was made on September 18th, as remains have allegedly been there for an extended period of time. The remains were taken to the state medical examiner's office for further study. Police say more information will be released as the investigation moves forward. The trial has begun for a Bridgeport man who was charged in a deadly triple shooting in Stamford. Ian Evans is accused of killing Shernetta Dunmore and wounding 2 others at a block party in 2020. Police say around 30 shots were fired in total during the incident, and Dunmore was struck multiple times. Evans remains in custody on a $3 million bond as he is charged with murder, first-degree assault, reckless endangerment, and weapons offense. Also in Bridgeport, police say a stabbing happened last night. It happened around 6 p.m. on the 700th block of Cassuth Street. No arrests have been made as the Detective Bureau is investigating the incident. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 at Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That's talk or text. Let's go over some of the, and by the way, the main focus of the first 2 hours of the program here on something that a lot of people didn't get a chance to see here in Connecticut because of the ownership of WTNH News 8, our friends at News 8. Nothing against the station, but their corporate ownership, their parent ownership said, no, we're not carrying Jimmy Kimmel tonight. So Jimmy Kimmel last night returned after a suspension of, a week or something like that? I don't know. I don't want the guy fired. I don't. I'm a firm believer in freedom of speech. He didn't use any vulgarities. He didn't say anything incredibly egregious, but the FCC didn't like it. The Trump White House didn't like it. And to me, it illustrates not only the real power of freedom of speech, because he is back. Nobody prevented him from saying what he said, but it to me illustrates an axiom that I've always lived by, which is precisely just because you can say it doesn't mean you should. You need to take the temperature. You need to read the room. So in case you missed it, and in Connecticut you would have missed it, unless you watched it on the stream this morning or went to YouTube, I would imagine he's on all the platforms. I guess he's on Hulu or Hulu Plus. That's an ABC-owned platform. So part of what he said last night was this.
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
All right. Okay, so he's obviously. I think that's. I think that's genuine. You know, you have the weight of the world there. You're a network entertainer, and he went ahead and continued.
I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. It ever.
Okay, and I'm okay with that. But then again, you shift gears here, which is fine, but you cannot be tone deaf. Jimmy, read the room. You're a professional entertainer. You're a professional comic. Read the room.
The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
Well, now, is it not being able to take a joke? You tell me what's funny about this. Here's the quote that apparently got him in trouble. Quote, the MAGA gang is desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. Okay, that's funny how. That's a joke. And then I guess he followed it up with the juxtaposition of some video where you hear a White House pool reporter saying, Mr. President, sir, how are you doing since the killing of your friend Charlie Kirk? And he said, well, I'm doing quite well and fine. And take a look at this great construction we have in the White House ballroom. All right, does that sound insensitive? Maybe it is. Maybe that's how he deals with grief. I don't know. Trump doesn't seem like the most warm and fuzzy guy, but none of us really know that. So you tell me, does it sound petty to include that in a comedic monologue? Stop. Again, I don't want Jimmy Kimmel silence, but maybe one of the they love to say teachable moments. One of the teachable moments here, maybe, just maybe, is to read the room and to understand, like I say, that just because you can say it doesn't mean that you should. We'll get to more phone calls coming up and some text messages as we continue right here in the Midweek Wednesday Connecticut Today.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers with a low and low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, always great to have you here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Also, we'll get to some text messages as well. A lot of people agreeing with me, some people not agreeing with me, so we'll see how that shakes out as well. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC is the phone number. In fact, we can go to a couple of text messages right here. First Amendment, what about Jason Aldean, country music breakout star who wrote and performed? Try that. Oh, yeah, try that in a small town. I remember that. Yes. Never booked on any lefty of the all-night shows. Yeah, his wife is a trumper to boot as well. All right. Yeah, the bottom line here is let's just hope that we can learn something about this. That's all. And you know what? Take some time. Go online. Any search engine will just put in First Amendment to the Constitution. Read it. See what it says. Read the test cases concerning that. See, if, again, when we get into these things that are deep in the woods here about that, I always tell people, educate yourselves. Don't be so flippant about the First Amendment. Say, well, I understand it. Well, no, a lot of you don't. Some of you do. Some of you don't. But sit down with an adult beverage or a nice cup of coffee some night and, educate yourself. What else we need to be educated about is the cost of buying a new car, buying a used car, car repairs, car parts, and the effect that some of the Trump tariffs are having on all of this. We welcome back a gentleman who the country has heard for years covering the auto industry for CBS News, Jeff Gilbert, WWJ, in Detroit. Jeff, good to have you back on here in Connecticut. So what's the latest, Jeff? What are we hearing here as far as maybe some the effect of some tariffs here?
Hi, did I lose you? Because all of a sudden I cannot hear you.
Now, how about now? Can you hear me?
The paper clips and the duct tape held. I can hear you fine.
There you go, Jeff. Yeah, so what's happening here, Jeff, now with what I guess some of these tariffs and the effect they're having on new car prices and repairs? What do we have?
Yeah, the consulting firm S&P Global Mobility did a breakdown on what the cost of the new tariffs is. And so far, it seems, for the most part, the car companies are absorbing that cost and not passing it on as much to consumers. Now, their costs per vehicle are going up, but according to this breakdown, the actual cost that you and I are paying for new vehicles has gone up about as much as it goes up every year. So we haven't seen a significant increase yet, even though we've been expecting it.
So, Jeff, you've covered this for years, so you know my guess is here. You tell me if you think I'm wrong or I'm onto something here. Maybe it's and I've dealt with car dealers being in radio, obviously, but I guess they just still want the traffic, right? Or the big companies say, hey, let's not push people away from at least getting them on the lots to at least look, right? What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you saw Ford, for example, as soon as the tariffs were announced, they announced an employee pricing deal that got a lot of people coming in. But the reality is car companies would like to increase their prices, but if a comparable model hasn't been increased, then they know that their sales are going to go down. So there's been a lot of hesitancy there. And car companies have also had some breaks on other ends of things in terms of regulations, things like that. There's been a lot of regulatory relief that has helped them in other ways as well. So far, they're holding off on price increases because many people think the market won't really bear it.
And finally, Jeff Gilbert, there are two other variables here, right? What does the company itself want to make? What must they clear as a minimum profit on the vehicle at a corporate level? And then you have the local dealership, right? Which, you know, if you talk to a lot of dealers, I'm sure as you do, a lot of people don't realize some of these local car dealers, Jeff, don't make a heck of a lot on new car sales. They make a lot on repairs.
Yeah, they make a lot on a number of different things. So a lot of what I'm talking about is from the corporate level. From the dealership level, it doesn't matter as much. They're not paying the extra cost of the parts that go into a vehicle. They're not paying the extra import costs. I mean, they're getting the vehicles from the car makers, and then they're selling them at MSRP or whatever deal that they can make.
Jeff Gilbert, WWJ Detroit. Jeff, good to chat with you. Thank you, sir. We appreciate the time.
Thanks for the call.
Appreciate it, Jeff Gilbert. So there you go. So far, well, you see, you kind of knew that would happen, and that's a gamble that the Trump White House took. They gambled, and so far, as Jeff called us, they rolled the dice, and so far they're kind of winning here, kind of telling the car companies, hey, you're going to eat some of this tariff cost here because you'd be fools not to if you want to keep people coming in to your showrooms and strolling around the lot. All right, let's get back to some of these text messages. And if you want to ever text me or anybody here at the radio station, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let me go over that one I got a little while ago. First Amendment, question mark. What about Jason Aldean, country music breakout star who wrote and performed Try That in a Small Town? Yes, I remember that back in 2023. Never booked on any of the lefty all-talk or late-night shows. His wife is a trumper to boot. Remember that? Remember that song? Try That in a Small Town on the video showed, well, criminals getting beat up. Well, you know, don't be a criminal. Why was it okay for Megyn Kelly to get thrown off her show because she used the word blackface, but it's okay for Jimmy Kimmel, who actually did a blackface performance, to be cheered on by the left? Yes, that's it. Listen, everybody's career has stuff, including my own. If you listen to me on the radio 25 years ago, even though I thought I was good, there was stuff I was saying, I'm like, come on. But you may not know that Jimmy Kimmel at one time, and listen, he's got to pay the bills. The rent comes due. The landlord or your mortgage company, they don't care how you got the money, although they would prefer it to be legal. There's a famous skit that Jimmy Kimmel did that he could not do today, where he not just black face, like black upper body. For some reason, he was spoofing Karl Malone from the Utah Jazz, and I think I watched the skit. Just go online and put Jimmy Kimmel and Karl Malone. I don't know, like, what are you doing here? And of course, Jimmy Kimmel and his buddy Adam Carolla used to host The Man Show on Spike TV. Not exactly very progressive with gender stereotypes, shall we say. If you want to see something that would never fly today, and again, I'm not besmirching Jimmy Kimmel from doing this. But this just shows how people in this business, when we're all behind microphones or in front of cameras, we evolve. But if you've never seen it, I think it went off the air around 2000 or 2001. It was when there was Spike TV. I don't even know what Spike is now. Anyway, it was called The Man Show. There were a lot of bear jokes, and much of I'm just telling you, they had a weekly segment called Girls on Trampolines. I'm not recommending you watch, it's how people evolve. Hi, Paul, you're so right. It was a callous monologue. Thank you. Callous is a good word. Thank you to this person who wrote us in from area code 9. No, just kidding. It was a callous monologue, and I don't think he gives a damn. I agree. It was callous. There are certain things you just don't talk about. If I was writing for Kimmel, or Lord knows, if I was in a position that Jimmy Kimmel is in, or Stephen Colbert, or anybody, and my boss or my network said, hey, you going to say anything beyond how bad, the Charlie Kirk thing was? You know what I would say? No. Beyond wishing condolences to his family? No. Leave it alone for a couple of weeks. Leave it alone. But, you should comment, no, leave it the freak alone. There is no reason to talk about it in the context of an entertainment show. Hi, Paul, you're spot on. He's not funny. He's insulting. Kimmel and Murphy are from the same mold. Yes, tonight, Chris, I think, did I see that? Chris Murphy and Stephen Colbert tonight. That should be good. That'll be a good Ajita special right there. Good afternoon, Paul. Like you, I have not watched late night in many years, and I think the last person I did watch on a semi-regular basis was Craig Ferguson. Now, he was pretty funny. Yeah, he got his digs in. But, Craig Ferguson, he had the little thing going there. See, that's the guy you watch just to hear him talk, right? Welcome back, your boy Craig Ferguson here, right? It's a wee bit of singer now on the, anyway. All right, 203-333-9422. I forgot about Craig Ferguson. Thank you for this person here. I don't give the names here or the phone numbers, but this person is an area. We'll call you part of the area code 203 club. There's only 3 clubs in Connecticut, right? Area code 203, area code 860. And what's the third one we have now? 847? I think that's it. I believe. All right. Let's do a little of this. We'll come back. Isabella's got the news. And what else? Oh, please. I have some thoughts here on vaccines. Can everybody please, on the vaccine thing, can we please calm down? We're back straight ahead right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Touchdowns, goals, spikes. For the most in-depth information on local high school sports and this week's Play of the Week, check out The Rudin Report at therudinreport.com. See and subscribe. Powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. 2 people were killed. Another is in critical condition after a shooting this morning at an ICE facility in Dallas. The FBI's Joe Rothrock says it was an act of targeted violence.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
The Department of Homeland Security has just confirmed the victims were detainees and said the gunman killed himself. Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke to the UN General Assembly today, warning of a dangerous arms race that's come out of Russia's war on his country.
And every year that this war goes on, weapons become even more deadly.
A drone fired from Yemen struck the southern Israeli city of Eilat today. More than 20 people were wounded, 2 of them seriously. It isn't clear whether they were hurt by the drone or an interceptor. On Wall Street, stocks are lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Senior Assistant State Attorney Mark Durso announced Raul Valle will be back in court on the amend information charging him with reckless first-degree manslaughter for the late Fairfield prep student Jimmy McGrath. The state filed an amended charge in July right after Valle was acquitted of the most serious charges, including murder, for the stabbing during a fight at a house party in Shelton in May 2022. McGrath's attorney, Michael Rosnick, said this in closing arguments over the summer.
This wasn't self-defense. He went into that fight already armed.
The state wants to retry Valle on those 4 lesser charges as his attorney, Kevin Smith, defended his closing arguments.
This is what self-defense looks like. It's messy. It's chaotic. It transpires quickly, and you don't have to make the best decision.
Valle is scheduled to be in the Milford Superior Court October 15th. 15 people were charged with trafficking cocaine and fentanyl around the state. The FBI Bridgeport Safe Street Task Force found 26-year-old Damian Hazel of Bridgeport and others traveling through the Bronx and Puerto Rico. 10 suspects were from southern Connecticut, as 6 were from Bridgeport. The Fairfield police announced 5-year-old Isla donated her stuffed animals to the department for her birthday. Officers placed the toys in their cruiser to give to other children on duty. The department thanks Isla for her generosity and kindness. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers, the low and low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, the high and low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a guy who hates driving on the Merit, just like you. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You probably know me. You want me to sing to this, so I won't. Hit you right. Oh, sorry. Hey, it's old white guy rock and roll. It gets us moving, right, guys? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. It's better than that crap the kids listen to. By the way, thank you to our producer and news person today, Isabella, for correcting me. Not 84. What did I say? Connecticut was 860 and 203. Those are correct. Area code 847. No, that's Chicago. The reason I said 847 is one of my old college roommates lives out in Chicago, that toddling town. No, I was talking about area code 475. That's the latest area code for Connecticut, 475. All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Is that who I think it is on TV? Yes, CNN. You know who they're talking to about Jimmy Kimmel now? Meathead. Yes. I'm sorry. I loved All in the Family. But come on. How many? You can't look at, and Rob Reiner's been a great filmmaker. He's a multimillionaire. I get it. But geez. How do you not look at him and say Meathead? Or when you look at, James, you look at William Shatner, Captain Kirk. I know he played T.J. Hooker. I know he was on Boston Legal. I get it, but God bless Meathead. He looks... Stop. Oh, man. You know who needs to stop, too? I'm going to get hate. I'm going to get hate mail on this. I'm going to get hate mail. I'm going to get bad, nasty text messages, too, but I don't care. And this story here in the Connecticut News Junkie, because I'm sorry, I'm not on one side or the other here. And when I see people just doing, I have to be careful. See, I'm doing what Jimmy Kimmel didn't do the other night. I'm trying to figure out how to say this delicately. When I see people doing things of which they may not have a expertise in, that drives me nuts. Connecticut vaccine access panel disrupted by a hostile crowd. Dateline Hartford here. This in the Connecticut News Junkie. A slate of state-elected and health officials gathered to talk about vaccine access today. But how much information they actually managed to disburse is an open question. An anti-vaccine crowd of several dozen, some carrying signs, accusing the scientists on the panel of ignoring science and mocking State Health Commissioner Manisha Jutani's appearance, disrupted the session repeatedly. You're mocking the appearance of the State Health Commissioner, and you think this helps your cause. How? Exactly. How? Explain that to me. State Senator Saud Anwar, Democrat South Windsor, who's a physician, said, I think we're in the middle of confusion right now because the federal government is changing some of the rules. Anwar chairs the legislature's Public Health Committee, said the prevalence of anti-vaccine voices in D.C. has turned up the heat in public health discussions. You know, can somebody please explain something to me? What is the fascination with being anti-vax? Honestly, what is the fascination here? See, this is where I don't go, well, you know, we love having you on the radio here. Oh, that's great, but there's some stuff that's openly stupid. Is every vaccine completely safe? No. Should we look at the number of vaccines we're getting? Yes. We should evaluate that. But when did we suddenly view being an anti-vaxxer or anti-vaccine people as being some sort of litmus test? This is nuts. This is crazy. The CDC has reported more than 1,500 cases of measles. What? In the U.S. Who doesn't get the measles vaccine today? What's next to bring? Should we bring the plague back? The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has noted a decline in the rate of vaccination against illnesses like measles, mumps, and rubella, German measles. By the way, I'm getting an MMR booster because I asked my doctor, check my antibody levels because, you know, folks my age shouldn't get that. She goes, you know, you're a little low. You could get a booster. She didn't tell me to do it. She said, it's up to you. I'm going to do it because, geez, I don't know, at 64, maybe I don't want to get the measles. Jesus H. And there's been an increase in whooping cough. Why? Measles cases have reached their highest levels in 25 years since the government said we eliminated measles in 2000. The state health department's chairperson, Marissa Giutani, spoke through jeers and shouts that she was, oh, here we go. Here we go. And if I call it on one side, I'm going to call it on the other side. She's a fascist and a communist. And in the pocket of Big Pharma, she's anti-human. She should do what Bobby Kennedy Jr. says. Folks. Bobby Kennedy Jr. is not a doctor, okay? He's an attorney. When did it become fashionable not to listen to your doctor anymore? I don't get it. This gives fodder to people who say the people on the right are Neanderthals. Who is against getting a measles vaccine? It's mind-numbing. We've been giving out vaccines in this country for years, decades. We had measles defeated, like it says here, 25 years ago. Why in the hell are there measles cases now? I'm sorry, I can't keep quiet about this. Stop making vaccinations political. This was never a thing pre-Trump. I'm sorry to say it, but it never was. We're legislating stuff that was settled years ago. I got all my vaccinations. My son got all of his except one because, hey, we talked to our doctor. He said, no, you really don't need this. This is the stuff that needlessly gives the other side ammunition. I simply do not understand the vaccine hesitancy now. I don't get it. And I don't get the notion that, and look, there are risks with vaccines. Nobody is saying there aren't. But when you have 340 million people in a country that get vaccinated largely to some extent or another, you're going to have adverse reactions. It happens. I've had professionals in my family who have worked in this field for decades. I've talked to them about this. It is mind-numbing that we're in the year 2025, almost in 2026, we're debating the measles vaccine and the mumps vaccine and the hepatitis vaccine. What are you, nuts? Talk about giving the other side a batting practice fastball here. It's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm going to point this out. And please, stop calling the state health commissioner a fascist. Stop calling anybody in Connecticut government a communist. Stop saying they're in the pocket of big pharma. You know how many more people, and yes, I've had relatives who've worked for the pharmaceutical industry. I've met plenty of people in that business. They are, by and large, they are brilliant people. Do you understand how many more people would be dead if it wasn't for big pharma? And no, they're not hiding a cure to cancer. That's another thing. Well, you know, they have a cure to cancer. No, they don't. You don't understand cancer. Stop with it. Well, they have a cure for cancer. No, they don't. My God. We're arguing at this when we should be arguing about taxes. We should be arguing about a business regulatory atmosphere in this state that is keeping businesses out. When we should be arguing about crime and getting tougher on crime and gangbangers. We're actually in the year 2025 arguing about the measles vaccine. Good God. We continue straight ahead right here, coming up with more on WICC.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Here at Stamford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU. And mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex. Stamford Health. Care. It's different here.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through the trip, you know their heartbreak, their career path, and they know your aspirations to go find yourself in Portugal. It's human. We're all looking for connection, for someone to listen. But sometimes the people we spill our hearts to aren't exactly equipped to help us through it. With over a decade of data-backed experience from helping millions of people, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist based on your needs and goals. No asking for recommendations or endless scrolling through listings. Simply answer a few questions online and you'll be matched with a therapist, often in as little as 48 hours. Join over 5 million people worldwide who've trusted BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Get a therapist who gets you. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A bit of a 1-2 punch on Wall Street today as tech stocks got hit, selling off and pushing the NASDAQ modestly lower after running up in recent days. It's 2 days in a row, though, on the downside for the stock market. Stronger than expected new home sales also pushed up long-term interest rates, which put a lid on stocks as well. The Dow lost 171 points to 46,121. The S&P 500 down almost 19. It's about a 0.25% drop to 6637. NASDAQ down about 1/3%. NVIDIA and Oracle were down on the day, putting 75 points worth of downside pressure on the NASDAQ to 22,497. The stronger than expected housing data pushed 10-year note yields up to 4.15%. The dollar also firm broadly. The U.S. may be getting involved in helping Argentina out with its current currency crisis. That could have affected the markets as well. Oil up $1.39 to $64.80, and gold tumbling $51.50 to $37.64 the ounce as we get more economic data, which will include a final look at second quarter GDP.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkis, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Listen, I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that you can't have questions about vaccines. You shouldn't talk to your doctor about vaccines because, a good physician will say, somebody your age and your shape, you don't really need it. Or another doctor might say, well, yeah, you probably should get this. I mean, now there's debate about the shingles vaccine. I say, what? One of my best friends on the planet had shingles. Now, I got my shingles vaccine a few years ago. You know what? It gave me a terrific headache for 2 days. And I was talking to my friend about it. He goes, well, I would have taken that headache in a heartbeat. He said, because I got shingles, I didn't get the vaccine. And he said it was the 4 or 5 most painful days of his life. So, okay, he for one reason or another, he never got, he figured, I'll get it eventually, and he didn't. And he said he went through pain like he never wants to go through again. So he said, trust me, pal, your migraine or your headache for 2 days was well worth it. I mean, the fact that we're arguing about the measles vaccine in the year 2026, and we're calling the state health commissioner a fascist. And these are probably some of the same people who get mad at other people for calling Trump a fascist. Oh, my God. Look, the one guy I have a big problem with in the Trump White House is Bobby Kennedy Jr. I'm sorry. Health and Human Services, anything to do with medication, that department should be headed by a physician. I'm sorry, you ain't going to change my mind on that. You're just not. You're just not. There are plenty of good physicians. There are a number of doctors in Congress. So a handful of them, I was reading the other day, there's at least 4 or 5 of them. Could have picked somebody there. But listen, I understand how it's played. RFK Jr. got him votes. I understand that. But come on, Health and Human Services, please. A doctor, please. Can we just do that? Again, because you do this stuff, you give the other side ammunition. And then you're going to bitch and moan if you lose the midterms. What do you want? What can I tell you? Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Living the nightmare, Reverend Paul.
Yeah.
But I got my flu vaccine.
Good for you.
And you asked why these things are popping up, these diseases.
Yeah.
It's because President Otto Penn let all these illegals in that have never been vaccinated.
That was a big question. You're right. We didn't know. Yeah. We weren't allowed to ask their vaccination status or anything. Yeah.
But let's get back to Jimmy Kimmel.
Yes.
The TV people won't let him back because the last people they contacted for advertising was used Yugo dealers, and they said no.
Yugos.
But I think they ought to replace him.
Yeah, with
All in the Family.
Oh, can you imagine?
Married with Children.
Can you imagine Married with Children? Ted Bundy. Oh my, not Ted Bundy.
Well, you
Al Bundy.
Gotta have something funny.
Yeah, no. You know, Bob, it's interesting, and Bob, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. I had mused the other day. Now, technically, I guess all these late night programs, they have comedians on, they have some musical acts, but you know what we need, and what used to fascinate me as a kid. And I grew up. Now, look, I'm an old white guy. I get it. I understand it. A lot less hair than I used to have. A lot more pounds than I used to have. You know what we need more of, right? And Isabella's a lot younger than me. She probably, well, maybe, I don't know, Isabella. Isabella, have you ever seen plate spinners? No, she has no idea. Plate spinners, no.
I do remember a little bit.
Oh, you do? Okay, see, folks, as a guy who grew up on Ed Sullivan and the other years of Carson, we need more. You remember those? Like, I never could understand that. But they always popped up on variety shows. They always popped up on late night. Right? You remember this? Ed Sullivan used to have plate spinners, and there were guys who would have this big, long stick, and they'd be spinning the plates. Right? They put the stick up there, and then, first of all, well, they would put the plate on the top of the stick when the stick was at eye level, and then they'd hoist it up there, and you know how you spin a basketball on your index finger? They would spin the plates. And as a little kid, I'm sitting there going, this is really fascinating, but what's the point, Dad? Why are they? That's what we need. Who's for plate spinners? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Seriously. Do you remember the plate spinners? Yes, I know I sound old. So, Bob, oh, my God. Can you imagine if All in the Family was on there? And Married with Children? I said Ted Bundy. Jeez. Al Bundy. Wrong Bundy. Man, oh, man. But it just came over on one of the news channels. I guess Nexstar is now in talks with Disney to put the show back on, because understand something. These local stations like Channel 8 New Haven, Nexstar, and there's another company, the national commercials, in other words, any TV show has national commercials that run all across the country that are big corporate commercials like the drug companies, like the car companies, whatever. And then there are availabilities, or what we call avails in the broadcast business, that are set aside for, Lincoln Chevrolet or something like that, or Big Bob's Nissan or whatever. So there are local avails and national avails. Well, a lot of the national stuff is pre-sold months or weeks ahead. So believe me now, the local stations here, the Nexstar stations, they're in the driver's seat, because ABC may have to capitulate a little bit, because they sold all those commercials to those big national buyers, thinking that there would be those other 25 Nexstar stations or whatever. So now, when I was laughing with somebody in our sales department here at Connoisseur, I said, can you imagine the talk about make goods, or making those commercials good? So believe me, Kimmel's back, but this whole thing is a wheel. They got to get the sand out of the gears here so everybody gets paid and they're happy. We're coming back toward the top of the hour on WICC. Straight ahead.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high in the low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, our regular Wednesday midweek check-in coming up. Boy, does Dan Haar from Hearst Connecticut Media have a lot on his plate, a lot going on. We'll also ask him about if he's heard anything new regarding this proposed state buy-in through the Yukon health system of some distressed hospitals, including Waterbury Hospital and Day Kimball Hospital. Of course, news coming up top of the hour, traffic and weather together. All of that as we glide along here midweek Wednesday, Connecticut Today, right here on WICC.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Authorities say a man opened fire on an ICE facility in Dallas this morning, killing one detainee. Two others are in critical condition. The three were in a van at the time. The gunman then shot and killed himself. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyon in a CBS interview confirmed the name of the suspect, Joshua John.
It is an individual from Oklahoma. The FBI is actually working right now, working on social media ties, working on known associates, getting search warrants for his residence to see what they can find on that and what the motive was in the shooting.
The FBI's Joe Rothrock.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
CBS's Scott McFarland reports the attack raises more worries about security of federal facilities nationwide.
There is significant concern that there are vulnerabilities at federal buildings that simply can't be patched over right now with the current manpower and with the amount of money that's given to federal security.
Correspondent Matt Piper reports on a lawsuit stemming from the mid-air collision over Washington between a regional American Airlines jet and an Army helicopter.
It is the first of what's expected to be many lawsuits over the January 29th crash near Reagan National Airport. The widow of Casey Crafton from Connecticut, Rachel, who was raising three boys, filed the lawsuit. Daley Crafton is the victim's brother and read a statement from her.
Because of this avoidable tragedy, my young sons and I have to go through life without the love, support, guidance, and laughter Casey gave to us.
Attorney Bob Clifford says they're seeking airline and government changes.
The FAA allowed this environment to exist, knowing that there was massive congestion and these number of near misses.
67 people died in that crash. Stacey Lynn reports a statue on the National Mall depicting President Trump holding hands with Jeffrey Epstein. has been taken down.
The statue put up by a group of anonymous artists was removed by the National Park Service after just one day. While they did have a permit to keep it up until Sunday, a spokesperson for Park Police said they took it down because it was not in compliance with that permit. The controversial statue is the latest in a series of anti-Trump sculptures placed on the mall. One saluted January 6 rioters, another called Trump a dictator, and there was also one of a giant gold TV playing a continuous loop of the president dancing. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
Wall Street had another down day. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 are still near their all-time highs. The Dow finished today off 171 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport man is charged with manslaughter in connection with a deadly overdose. Police found communications from 36-year-old Roddy Coriano and his victim, James Gramellini's cell phone, indicating that he had arranged to buy narcotics. Police responded to a Naugatuck home in May and found the unresponsive male, Gramellini, whose death was determined to be an overdose.
Officers located the victim, James Gramellini, at his residence. Despite the efforts of responding officers and Naugatuck EMS, Gramellini was pronounced dead at the scene. While on scene, detectives located bags which contain a powdery substance consistent with heroin and fentanyl.
Involved in a person's...
Coriano is charged with manslaughter and numerous drug offenses. The trial has begun for a Bridgeport man charged with a deadly triple shooting in Stamford. Ian Evans is accused of killing Shernetta Dunmore and wounding 2 others at a block party in 2020. Police say around 30 shots were fired in total during the incident, and Dunmore was struck multiple times. Evans remains in custody on a $3 million bond as he is charged with murder, reckless endangerment, first-degree assault, and weapons offense. Human remains were discovered at a construction site in Greenwich. Police say the discovery was made on September 18th, as the remains have allegedly been there for an extended period of time. The remains were taken to the state medical examiner's office for a further study. Police say more information will be released as the investigation moves forward. 15 people were charged with trafficking cocaine and fentanyl around the state. The FBI Bridgeport Safe Street Task Force found 26-year-old Damian Hazel at Bridgeport and others traveling through the Bronx and Puerto Rico as the drugs were mailed. 10 suspects were from Southern Connecticut, as 6 were from Bridgeport. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, coming up, our buddy, our pal, Dan Haar from Hearst, Connecticut Media. Man, is there a lot on Dan's plate today. He'll tell you about all the different things he's following, including a lot of big stories at 203-333 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. I want to go over, we usually do this with Chris in the 4 o'clock hour, but he's on vacate today. So I want to go over some of the responses to our question of the day. Do you watch any of the late night TV talk shows? Do you occasionally get mad at the political digs, or are you're okay with an opinionated host? Maybe you like that. Carlos says Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, Carlos is a Jimmy Kimmel fan. Mark says he watches Greg Gutfeld on Fox. That's it. Steve says on a regular basis, it's a moment of release and sanity from this dumpster fire presidency. All right. Oh, and by the way, that reminds me, I still have those new poll numbers. A lot of you Trump haters, you're not going to be happy with these numbers. I'm just saying. The other side had better get its arse in gear quickly. Corey says, I don't watch nonsense. This is how people get riled up. If you all think that banter is entertainment, then I feel sorry for you. They do it intentionally, and they're no better if they can't find another way to entertain. Corey, I agree with it. Plate spinners. I'm telling you, spin those plates. Where's Topo Gigio when you need him? That's old school. Tom says it's all A-OK and the First Amendment rights protect our freedom of speech. Tom, yes, they do, except in the workplace. Joe says he watches Colbert and Bill Maher and Jon Stewart's one-day gigs. I'm telling you, the best guy on television right now is Bill Maher. A lot of you don't see him because he's on HBO and he's only on one night a week. But it's great. There's good conversation. And Bill Maher might be the last clear-thinking liberal in America. He might be. But he is enjoyable. He calls out Republicans when they're idiots, and he calls out his own party on the Democratic side when they're idiots. And it's on HBO, so he can say somebody is full of and use the word, which is good. Mary says, I don't watch any late-night shows. Ditched cable years ago. I'm okay with an opinionated host, but I'm not okay with them lying or spreading false information. I think jokes can be pushed to a polite limit, but they shouldn't cross it. Okay. And then Tom chimes in. The only one lying every day is the liar-in-chief. Oh, the Trump haters sometimes. And their own side still can't get their act together. Vincent, I don't watch these talking heads that are no longer relevant or funny. And Joe says, many opinions to choose from to get your flavor of entertainment. And there we go. All right. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Quick break. We'll step out. And our buddy, our pal, we come back with the one and only Dan Haar. Man, does he have a lot to tell us. And that's all coming up on WICC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It's the season premiere of the Greater Bridgeport Symphony with sensational new conductor Eduardo Leandro, Saturday, October 4th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Come see and hear Shostakovich's Grand Fifth Symphony, along with the Lark Ascending and a new piece by Carolyn Shaw. Tickets $21 to $72. Subscriptions available. Buy all 5 season concerts and save up to 22%. Get tickets now at gbs.org or call 203-576-0263. The Greater Bridgeport Symphony.
This is your Optimum Beach Report.
Clouds will contribute to a low UV index of 2, and the air quality index sits at a fair 42, and a high chance of rain leaves us with a good rating when it comes to being outside.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
You've heard the term fall cleanup, and now make sure that getting your trees assessed on your property is part of the to-do list. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've told you all about working with K&J Tree Service and having a free tree risk assessment done. My friend Mark over at K&J came out to our home back in the spring, and he identified a couple of trees that could be a real problem. We didn't have to remove the trees, but we did do some work to make sure they weren't going to be an issue if the next storm hit and caused destruction. Right now, as the seasons are changing, it is the perfect time to give your trees the care they deserve. At K&J Tree Service, they're offering a limited time 10% discount on all services to help you prepare your landscape for the winter months ahead. Whether you need pruning, trimming, or complete tree removal, their team of skilled professionals is ready to enhance the beauty and safety of your property. Don't wait until it's too late. Call them directly at 203-248-TREE or schedule an appointment at kjtreeservice.com. Take advantage of the incredible offer right now at K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers, the low and low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, the high and low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back and only on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Boy, we got one busy guy standing by on hold here. There is a large amount, dare I say, a cornucopia of stuff to talk about this week with Hearst Connecticut Media senior editor and columnist Dan Haar. Mr. Haar, how are you, sir? Busy docket today, do we not have?
I think we're gonna see now. You know, the quiet summer is over. It was never really that quiet a summer to begin with, and now it's even less quiet.
Yeah, I went off on this, Dan, in one of my previous segments leading up to you. These anti-vaxxers, don't get me started on this. I know you have a piece coming now, coming out momentarily, I guess, on a informational session that kind of went off the rails here.
Well, that's my colleague Paul Hughes who posted that column, and it is online now.
Yeah.
It wasn't the 4,000 people who showed up in both 2020 and again in 2021 when the Public Health Committee restricted the exemption. I say eliminated. They didn't eliminate the exemption; they restricted it. Mm-hmm. But this is a animated crowd, and they're talking both about the underlying issue and the level at which they are invited to participate. That is today's message is, why did you have an informational forum but not invite our side? You only invited the doctors and the hospitals.
Dan, this issue, though, I know it's very political. You and I have talked about this before, but just some of the numbers here. Now, fortunately, Connecticut is doing okay, but, the fact that we're seeing measles cases again, over 1,000 of them or 1,500 or something about that nationwide when we thought we had this licked like 25 years ago. It's astounding to me.
Yeah, well, this is an administration of scientists who, it started with the current president, who was the previous president during COVID, saying things like bleach and ivermectin and all that stuff, and now it's Tylenol, and everything else. And they can't seem to leave the science to the scientists, and they have a large following of people. Now, there's a fine line that I think we should observe here.
Mm-hmm.
If people understand the science and understand the risks and understand that this is not causing autism and all that stuff, but still say, I don't want my child vaccinated, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
If people are duped into believing that safe vaccines are unsafe because of their political leadership lying to them, that's another, and we have to respect the one side while trying to beat back the other.
Exactly, and as I say, and I tell my listeners here, Dan, have a one-on-one conversation with your health professional, your doctor, and that's how you make the decision. Now, speaking of decisions, the Mohegan tribe, and a lot of people, Dan, are not cognizant of this story. The Mohegans saw a decision in nearby New York go against them because they wanted to build a big old casino in the Big Apple. So what's going on here?
This is a plan that was 3 years in the works, an 11, they say 11.1. When you get up over $10 billion, I don't use decimals, but it was an $11 billion plan with 1,600 hotel rooms and a 300,000 square foot casino and tons of other amenities, including, of all things, a museum of democracy.
Yeah.
More than 1,000 units of affordable housing, but it was shot down. The way the New York State Casino Commission or Gaming Commission is doing this, they decided 10 years ago that they're going to award 3 quote-unquote downstate, meaning greater New York City casino licenses.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were down to the last 8, and those 8 had to be subjected to a vote of the community advisory committees, which were politically appointed, one from the mayor, one from the state senator, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And those advisory committees, one at a time, shot down all 3 remaining Manhattan proposals. And so these were all really, really, really glitzy, big proposals with lots of public amenities. And what I'm afraid is going to happen now is that those neighbors who oppose this are going to get no casino, but they're going to get bigger, less public amenities of basically just housing for the very wealthy.
Yeah.
Because that's the way these developers are going to make money. But there's still some good news if you're a Connecticut gaming fan.
Yeah.
Steve Cohen, the owner of the New York Mets and the multi-billionaire from Greenwich, hedge fund billionaire, is still in the running. And some newspapers in New York are reporting that he has a very strong chance of winning for his proposal, which is next door to Citi Field in Queens. And that, of course, is less of a neighborhood. There are neighbors right there, but it's not right at the site of the stadium is not in a neighborhood. So who knows? That Connecticut could still have a connection to a New York City casino.
Yeah. Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. Dan, the ABC affiliate in the state, News 8, WTNH, our friends in New Haven. They did not carry Jimmy Kimmel last night. They are part of the Next Star Group, which is currently at loggerheads with ABC and Disney and the White House and another group. So they did not air it last night. If you got that from Channel 7 in New York and one of the Springfield official stations, you saw that. But I wonder if this is going. Now we're getting reports this afternoon that everybody is meeting, all sides are sitting down. I gotta think, Dan, with all the money at stake here with advertising, that this is going to be straightened out, or maybe not. I don't know.
Well, to hear MAGA say it, Jimmy Kimmel and all the other late night shows are losing money. So I don't know how much money is at stake, but I think what it comes down to is we are fast approaching 2 U.S. economies, the MAGA economy and the Democrats economy. And I know that a lot of people are calling for a boycott of TNH Channel 8. I'm not boycotting it because, sometimes I'm on it, and even not being on it, my friends Mike Cerulli and Tom Gutchick and my friend Nicole, the producer, these are good people doing good work. And so this, again, is the conundrum. You have corporate ownership that believes politically that that they should react, and it's an unfortunate situation, and I would hope that it all gets straightened out. That said, I've got to believe that the show was restored so quickly by ABC, the parent company, Disney, because of the boycott.
Sure.
You know, Hulu, there was an awful lot of traffic. Whether they were actual Hulu cancellations, that was part of the joke. You know, that everybody talked about canceling Hulu, and the metric that was used was look at all the internet traffic, the Google search on Hulu cancellation.
Ooh,
yeah. I don't even have Hulu. If I opposed the suspension, I should have just Googled Hulu cancellation all day, and I would have been voting with my, you know.
I actually have Hulu as part of a freebie package I get from Verizon, but I hardly ever use it. Couple more things here, Dan. You say
I have Verizon, and they told me I have Hulu, and you just reminded me.
There you go.
I never signed up.
See?
3 years ago. I have Hulu.
Okay,
There
you go. You say you have strong opinions on Pura. Really? I'm shocked. What do you got there?
Oh my! I mean, what Chris DePentima, the president and CEO of CBIA, the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, put out a statement saying, hopefully this will lead to a sitting down. And I've been calling for that for months.
Yeah.
It's like the governor should have already and should still now convene a discussion and said, let's lower the temperature, yes, but let's also sort this out.
Yeah.
Because you can't have it. The underlying situation is not gone away just because the Pura chair, Marissa Gillette, whatever you think of Marissa Gillette, she was an actor, not the actor, in a standoff, and the underlying problems are still there between Eversource, the legislature, the ratepayers, and others. And you got to sort it out because Eversource is picking up its chips and walking away to Massachusetts with their investment, as I've said on this show before.
Yes, with that big dig, the electric version of the big dig. Yes, we've talked about that. Finally, Mr. Haar, interesting story that, and this is one of these stories that always says, hey, can you imagine? And as much as we love the Bridgeport to Port Jefferson ferry, I was on it the other day coming home from a family gathering. It was a beautiful day on Long Island. Dan, a lot of people say, hey, there's a big old bridge in the Florida Keys. Why don't we do something here between Bridgeport and Long Island? Is that actually coming back?
It's back. It's back, baby. Jimmy Kimmel is back, and the bridge talk is back.
Yeah.
And my friend and colleague Austin Marmina wrote the story about the trade-off between the economic advantages that would accrue from building a Long Island Sound bridge or tunnel. He didn't, this go-around is about a bridge, but it could be a tunnel. And this has come before. He cited a study in 2017, and of course we know that it would bring economic benefits because any type of interaction is beneficial to the economy, but it would also do ecological harm to the sound.
Yeah.
And it is a very, as we all know, sensitive estuary.
I like that. A lot of vowels there, a lot of syllables. Sensitive estuary. Good.
Estuary.
I like that. It sounds like a good Scrabble word. All right, folks, those stories and more. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, thanks. Have a happy weekend, and we'll chat next week. Thank you, sir.
See you next week.
All right, Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Yeah, did you see that? There is a gentleman, and man, how great would that be? Look, because occasionally I go to Long Island. I have family members down there occasionally. My son is down there doing stuff professionally and socially. Hey, Dad, you want to come down? So last week, what I generally do is I drive down in the morning on a Sunday. So Sunday morning's a nice drive. I can make it from my house in Wally World to the middle of Long Island in about 2 hours, hour and 45, hour and 50. Not bad. Last Sunday, it was great. Not last Sunday, the Sunday before. It was great. No big slowdown, zoom, and I didn't leave uber early. I left at about, 9:30, 10 o'clock. I was down there by noon, 11:45, whatever. $7 later off my Easy Pass, but there you go. Anyway, the idea is being floated again. No pun intended, a 15-mile bridge, which is what it is from Bridgeport to Port Jeff. This would run Bridgeport, not to Port Jeff, but somewhere else. Basically, though, the same route the ferry takes right now. So you're talking about a uber billion dollar investment. It's been talked about before. with multi-lanes of car traffic in both directions on top and a MTA Metro North level below him. Could you imagine? And they say you would need to charge a $40 toll each way. It wouldn't be free. It would cost you $40 each way to access it, and $40 each way by the amount of traffic that would take. If the projections are, it would take 50 years to pay off. Can you imagine? How great would that be, though? Seriously. Now, there'd be traffic, obviously, but listen, and we love the ferry. We get it. We understand it. But having said that, yes, it's being floated again. It would be, you would say, well, the architecture, yeah, but what about the highway that connects the Florida Keys, right? That's been there for decades, right? Traffic and weather to get it. More coming up, including news with Isabella and CBS right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
You can travel the country visiting colleges, or you can attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. The largest college and career fair in Connecticut is Tuesday, September 30th at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. What's your next step after high school? Attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair on September 30th. It's free and open to all high school students and families. ctcollegefair.com. That's ctcollegefair.com.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Peter. He loves his motorcycle. What he doesn't love is wind. Which is ironic, because wind is a big part of the whole wind-in-your-face motorcycle cliche. But nobody ever tells you how relentless a strong crosswind is, or the cliche wouldn't exist. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back. Get a quote to see if you can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
All right, the guys are at the game, so it's shopping time. Ugh, I hate them all. I mean JTV. Jewelry Television? I'm obsessed with their jewelry. Have you seen their artisan collections? And the color gemstone jewelry? They have gemstones I've never seen anywhere else. Plus, they even have gifts for men.
Right now, new customers receive 25% off their first purchase of $50 or more when they visit jtv.com/radio.
Did you know they have more than 90,000 products? Maybe the game will go into overtime.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. 2 people were killed. Another is in critical condition after a shooting this morning at an ICE facility in Dallas. The FBI's Joe Rothrock says it was an act of targeted violence.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
The Department of Homeland Security has just confirmed the victims were detainees and said the gunman killed himself. Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke to the UN General Assembly today, warning of a dangerous arms race that's come out of Russia's war on his country.
And every year that this war goes on, weapons become even more deadly.
A drone fired from Yemen struck the southern Israeli city of Eilat today. More than 20 people were wounded, 2 of them seriously. It isn't clear whether they were hurt by the drone or an interceptor. On Wall Street, stocks are lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Accused Gilgo Beach serial killer is to face only one trial for 7 murder charges, including a Connecticut woman's death. 62-year-old Rex Humerman's defense team had petitioned for 5 separate trials, but a judge ruled in favor of the prosecutors, determining a second time that the nuclear DNA evidence will be assembled.
You know, they ran thousands of cases to make sure that their software worked. You just don't say, hey, it works, and you throw out some numbers. You have to make sure that it works, and they ran thousands of cases where they knew the DNA matched, to DNA match. They took a supposed unknown, and then they ran it against a bunch of people, and it matched or it didn't, and it was always 100% correct.
Humerman was charged with a Connecticut woman, Sandra Castilla's death, 31 years after her disappearance. Body hair matched DNA evidence tied to Humerman, as his next court date is in January. A barge is free after it was stuck in the Norwalk River. The waterway opened today as the 140-foot barge blocked access from the Norwalk Boat Club. It delivered 1,600 tons of gravel to Divine Brothers. Gravel was removed for the boat to become free. Bridgeport police say a stabbing happened last night. It happened around 6 p.m. on the 700th block of Cassuth Street. No arrests have been made as the Detective Bureau is investigating the incident. And also for police, the Fairfield Department announced 5-year-old Aliyah donated her stuffed animals to the department for her birthday. Officers placed the toys in their cruisers to give to other children on duty. The department thanks Aliyah for her generosity and kindness. I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high in the low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, open phones for the remaining 25 minutes or so. Thank you, Isabella. On the news there, 203-333. 9422-333 WICC. I told you I would haul out these poll numbers here, and you find these fascinating. Because as much as, well, a lot of people here in Connecticut, too, blue state, I get it. Is this going to affect, Ryan Fazio or Jen Tooker or Aaron Stewart or anybody trying to become governor on the Republican side this year? Is Trump going to weigh them down? Well, maybe, but maybe not. Here's a couple of polls out over the past few days. Hardly right-wing polls here. And again, it seems like I don't know what other word to use here. As tedious as dealing with the Trump White House is, a lot of people are still on board with some of the policies. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, come on. But this is what I say. Get out of your bubble. Says right here in the New York Post, common wisdom holds that Democrats are likely to retain the House in next year's midterms. Perhaps that's what history would suggest. And even we've heard it all over. The party in power loses the midterms. Well, maybe. But again, there is a new poll out there, and this is a poll from the Washington Post and Ipsos. That's IPSOS is a polling company that many mainstream media outlets contract. And again, polls at this point are like the third inning score of a baseball game. I get it. Things could change in 2 days. But these numbers are wild. You would think, oh, my God, things are more expensive. All the political violence. We hate Trump. Well, maybe. Maybe, but some wild stuff here. the Republicans in this poll, and I find this fascinating and really surprising, in this poll here, lead on three key issues that a lot of people say could drive them to either hold Congress or improve their margins. The Republicans in this poll, Washington Post and Ipsos, lead Democrats by 7% on the economy, 13 points on immigration, and you ready for this? 22 points on crime. Trump is no dummy when he does what he does with the National Guard here. I guess they're going to do it now in Memphis. He wanted to do it in Chicago. He did it in Washington. He and or his staff members, they know they can bait the Democrats on crime. They know that. They know that they've got people like, I'll roll out that bite for you coming up. They know that they've got people like Jasmine Crockett, who on a podcast says law enforcement is not supposed to prevent crime, it's supposed to solve crime. Okay. So in this poll, as egregious as people think Trump has been, he's got the Republicans have a 22-point lead on crime. What do I say about immigration? They still lead immigration by 13 points. And even on the economy, they have a 7-point lead. Now, President Biden was much more unpopular back then than Donald Trump is now, if you go back to the 2022 midterms. The current Real Clear Politics polling average is 46%, what they call the RCP average. Joe Biden was at 22%. So, there's one poll that, if you're a Trump hater, that's got to give you a little agita, as they say. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And apparently there are even more poll numbers here. There's a new Reuters Ipsos poll out there. The last poll said, 22 points on crime. This one is 20. 18 points on immigration, plus 12 the Republicans are on foreign conflicts. Gun control, plus 4. Political extremism, plus 4. Corruption, plus 6. Okay, so what do the Democrats are? How do they rate? What do they win? The Democrats win big on the environment, okay? The Dems win big on women's rights. They win big on health care, and they win big on respect for democracy. Okay. So it's not going to be a slam dunk next year. Reuters Ipsos polled a little over 1,000 adults, September 19, 20, and 21. Who has a better plan on crime? The Republicans, 40%, the Democrats, 20%. Immigration, Republicans lead 40-22. Foreign conflicts, Republicans lead 35-23. The economy, gun control, extremism, the Republicans are up by 4. Respect for democracy, the Democrats win by 2. We told you that. So, okay, there you go. Now, it looks like, and we've got this story coming back as we wind it down here. Whatever's on your mind, local, national, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It looks like you've got some pretty powerful Republicans that are going to make an effort here to rein in Donald Trump. And what did I tell you about this going in months previously? If everybody is, he's going to be Hitler and the Republicans are going to be his stormtroopers. No, they're not. And they will clap back at this guy if they feel that there is long-term damage that's going to be done. We'll tell you about that and more coming up right here. It's Paul on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through the trip, you know their heartbreak, their career path, and they know your aspirations to go find yourself in Portugal. It's human. We're all looking for connection, for someone to listen. But sometimes the people we spill our hearts to aren't exactly equipped to help us through it. With over a decade of data-backed experience from helping millions of people, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist based on your needs and goals. No asking for recommendations or endless scrolling through listings. Simply answer a few questions online and you'll be matched with a therapist, often in as little as 48 hours. Join over 5 million people worldwide who've trusted BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Get a therapist who gets you. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABCRadio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/ABCRadio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
Cloudy with showers this evening and overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow with a high and low 70s. Friday, partly sunny, a few widely scattered showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Talk all afternoon. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Will the shadow of the Trump White House affect the Connecticut gubernatorial races in the coming election year next year as we turn the calendar into 2026? Ain't that going to be special? Now, having said that, what did I tell you folks that think that it's the end of the world and the Republicans are going to put on their black jack boots and here they go with Trump? No. They can say all the nice things they want about Trump, but he's done in 2.5 years. Okay, so you've got members of the House and Senate on the Republican side who are going to be in preservation mode. What do I mean? This story in the Hill, listen to this, and I've been telling you this. This is not going to be some reformation of the Third Reich here. In the Hill this afternoon, Senate Majority Leader John Thune says that Senate Republicans will conduct thorough oversight of the use of executive power by the Trump White House and predicted, get this, there could be additional explosive Senate hearings with senior cabinet officials, similar to what happened between Senate members and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. this month. Thune said today that Republican Senate members, quote, have a responsibility as an independent, co-equal branch of the government to make sure that we're doing appropriate oversight of these decisions. That's political talk for, hey, we're along for this ride, but we're not going to let the wackos hijack our party, which is what the Democrats are doing. Man, you put Jasmine Crockett out there? Are you serious? You Democrats, you put Jasmine Crockett out there, Have you heard some of the stuff she said? So the Republicans are watching this now, and they're saying, no, not us. He pointed to, Thune did, to what he called the explosive Senate Finance Committee oversight hearing with Bobby Kennedy Jr. this month, and predicted that his Republican colleagues would not shy away from asking senior Trump officials tough questions at future hearings. So there you go. That look, everybody, all you people, well, the Republicans are going to be the Third Reich, and here we go, the fifth column. Oh, stop that. The only thing they care about, either side does, is whether or not I can get reelected. And if they think for one moment that President Trump is going to cost them big time in 2026 or 2028, they will do a surgical job of trying to put up a little bit of a firewall between them. Now, will it work? I don't know. But just like I said, look, if you get all the Republicans behind a closed door in D.C. anonymously, they will all tell you they think Bobby Kennedy Jr. is nuts. I don't think he's nuts. I think he seems to be an interesting guy. I'd love to chat with him, but you come on. With this Tylenol stuff, is it like, do they need this? This is so unnecessary. This Tylenol stuff. Come on, stop. This is the kind of thing you look at and you go, oh my God. Okay. You talk about, again, tennis term, unforced errors, 15:30. You know, it's but this Tylenol thing. Listen, and I'm not besmirching anybody who has concerns about autism. I know people who deal with it in their family. But how many people did you see of the medical profession and Big Pharma, whatever, say, hey, we've looked into this Tylenol thing for years and years and years, and they came out like crazy, and they're panicked about this stuff. But between this stuff and the vaccines, it is so tedious. It is so unnecessary for good governance. But again, this is what happened when you started to attack the guy the minute he was elected. Charles in Danbury. Hey, Charles, how are you, sir?
Good. Doing well. Just witnessed an extremely aggressive driver almost getting into a T-bone accident, going 30 miles over the speed limit.
Yep.
Another one, it'll come back to bite them eventually.
Absolutely. Karma, baby. Karma. Yep.
A couple notes. I listened to the monologue from Jimmy Kimmel this morning on the ride to work.
Yeah.
About 30 minutes of it. I thought it was great. I liked every minute of it. I thought it was very heartfelt. I thought Robert De Niro did a really great job. That was probably the funniest bit I've seen him, whether it's between Saturday Night Live or other TV appearances. And I appreciate Jimmy Kimmel giving the shout out to Ted Cruz, to other Republicans who rightly called out, the FCC chair for, perhaps setting a precedent. And again, like we live in a country where we should be able to criticize others and not be in a North Korea or a China or a Russia. So I think it's important to have that. And you often say that Democrats need to find a leader, somebody who is not going to simply run a campaign where they just bash Trump, which I agree was largely what happened in the last campaign. And I think hopefully I'm hoping that next election, big election, they'll find somebody who's moderate. And I go back to what Ned Lamont said when Trump won. He said an interesting quote. He said, we need to go back to finding a meat and potatoes Democrat to rally behind. So I thought I had to kind of think of, maybe I'm just not too young, but maybe he was referencing more of like a Kennedy or something like that. But thanks, Paul.
All right, Charles. Good to hear from you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Listen, you know what? You know who the Democrats could really use right now? Bill Clinton. Remember when Bill Clinton came on the scene? Late 91. Hey, look who's running for the Democrat. And this is right after Operation Desert Storm. George H.W. Bush, Sr., Daddy, number 41, he had a 91% approval rating. They thought that Bill Clinton, hey, baby, how you doing? They thought that he was going to be a sacrificial lamb. Well, 8 years later. So, yeah, you Dems out there, you got to find a Bill Clinton. And now, but today, Bill Clinton would be a liberal Republican. That's how far left the Democratic Party has shifted. Now, here's what I would do if I were the Democrats. Seriously, I was thinking about this last night because I have no life and I think politics 24/7. There needs to be a coalition of centrist Democrats. Together, you need to get, I don't know, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, John Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania. Who else? The governor of Tennessee, Kentucky, rather, Andy Beshear. There's a couple of more names that come to mind here. But again, there are centrist Democrats out. They need to unite as a front and tell the progressive part of the Democratic Party, we love you, but shut your mouth. You're killing us. You're killing us. Because what's going to happen now, and you're seeing it in New York City with Zohran Mamdani, you're seeing it with AOC, you Democrats out there, you got to get rid of the litmus tests. And if the first question of a candidate on the Democratic side is going to be, well, what do you think of Palestine and Israel? You're going to lose. You're going to get hammered so bad they're going to stop the fight. It's going to be a throw in the white towel moment. You need centrist Democrats out there. Oh, and by the way, you ready for this? Just you know what I read the other day? Think about this. Now, remember I've said there are certain issues that the Republican Party knows they have, and we saw it from those two polls I just told you. They know they beat the Dems on crime. They know they beat the Dems on immigration. They know they beat the Dems on things like biological guys, you know, Twig and Berry crowd, competing with biological women in sports, transgender and stuff. The Republicans apparently, did you see this? Heading into the midterms next year, not this year, of course, next year, they're going to hold a convention. Did you read this? Yes, they are going to pound home, and this is a brilliant strategy, they are actually going to hold a presidential-like convention, but it's for the midterms. And they're going to remind the country, hey, immigration, here's what we've done. What's the other side going to do? Go ask them. Crime, here's what we tried to do in democratic cities. Look at what they did to get in our way. Social issues, we've tried to go back to what Title IX for women's sports used to be. They're still filing lawsuits. So, yeah, that's going to be a mite interesting. Look it up. It's never been done before. And people are saying, oh, well, that's ridiculous. Well, wait a minute. If the party wants to do it and they have the money, and you sure as heck know they're going to go to a red city somewhere and they're going to have gobs of hotels and convention centers, they're going to want and arenas, and as long as they have the Jack, as long as they have the green Jesus, it's going to happen. And it'll be carried by at least some of the networks, if not all of them. So, my dear friends on the other side of the aisle, get yourself a Bill Clinton. He's out there somewhere. Maybe it's Andy Beshear. I don't know. Maybe it's Wes Moore. Maybe it's John Fetterman. Man, that stroke Fetterman had. Boy, did that rewire him. Do you see the stuff he's saying now? He's trying to save his party. this will all overshadow the Connecticut governor's race. And by the way, you notice Ned Lamont has not declared yet. Very smart. There's no reason to. He'll spend another $30 million. He's a 2-term incumbent. Why should he worry about the crazy lefties in Hartford? Let's wrap it up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The off-ramp for exit 24 Blackrock Turnpike in Fairfield has been reopened after earlier debris has been cleared away. 95 southbound has the right lane closed for construction in Stratford between exits 33 and 32. Stop-and-go traffic is building from exit 9 in Stamford through exit 5. The Mare Parkway northbound is seeing stop-and-go traffic from exit 3 through exit 9. Justin Kingsley with your WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, more showers, the low and low 60s. Showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, the high and low 70s. Partly sunny and warm on Friday. There will be a scattered shower or two with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All righty. Not enough time to take another call here. A couple of text messages. I'll get to them tomorrow. One is interesting. I guess by what this person just told me. Thank you for the text. The Long 95, the honk if you want free speech. Who doesn't have free speech? Stop this. Stop getting people all riled up. Nobody stopped Jimmy Kimmel from saying anything. He said what he said, and he's got his job back. Justin Kingsley on traffic, thank you. Paul Piorek on the weather, thank you. Isabella Gatos producing this whole thing. Thank you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A gunman opened fire at an ICE facility in Dallas this morning, killing one detainee and wounding two others. They were in a van, and the suspect fired indiscriminately, according to Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons.
Dallas Police Department and Texas Department of Public Safety did a great job with the ICE officers on the ground to secure that location. From all accounts, there was only one shooter involved, but FBI will do their thorough investigation. They'll follow every lead, his associates, and see if anyone else was involved that time.
He identified the suspects as 29-year-old Joshua John. He left behind a bullet etched with an anti-ICE message. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland says it raises questions about the security of federal buildings.
That's one of 9,000 or so federal offices and federal complexes in America.